never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. There's a growing number of prominent Democrats, and they're all calling for New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez to step down and resign following his federal bribery charges last week. Senator Cory Booker, along with Senators Tammy Baldwin, John Tester, and Bob Casey, among others, have joined the chorus, emphasizing the higher standard expected of public officials. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre urged House Republicans to prevent a government shutdown.
It is up to them to fix whatever chaos is going on right now with these extreme Republicans in the House. It is up for them to fix.
She emphasized the importance of passing funding legislation by week's end, urging Republicans to honor the deal negotiated by President Biden and Speaker Kevin McCarthy in May. Jean-Pierre warned that a shutdown would harm ordinary Americans. Some conservative lawmakers are pushing for significant spending cuts in any funding bill first. A judge has ruled that Donald Trump committed years of fraud while building his real estate empire. In a civil lawsuit brought by New York's Attorney General, the judge found that Trump and his company deceived banks, insurers, and others by overvaluating assets and inflating net worth on paperwork for deals and financing. This decision just before Attorney General Letitia James's trial severely challenges Trump's image as a wealthy and savvy real estate mogul turned political figurehead. And President Biden has reportedly increased his use of physical therapy and opted for tennis shoes to prevent any slips or falls on camera. According to Axios, Biden began balance exercises with a physical therapist as early as November of 2021. The report highlights concerns with Biden's campaign team about the impact of visible stumbles on his electability, given his age of 80. Polls are indicating that a majority of both Republican and Democrat voters believe Biden is just too old for the office. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. double. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Got some good news for a change, especially for TV fans. The Hollywood writer's strike is nearing its end, and your beloved shows might be returning soon. According to Variety magazine, late-night talk shows could be back on the air either by the week of October 2nd or October 9th. In fact, some producers are aiming to resume business as early as this week. Speaking of TV shows, the world has lost a legend.
This is ridiculous.
Doctor, you have a heart condition.
I have a hunger condition. Before I die of malnutrition, could you get me a fresh sandwich? Dr. Palmer and I have work to do.
Actor David McCallum, most recently known for his role on CBS's NCIS, has died. The veteran actor died yesterday, surrounded by family at New York Presbyterian Hospital. He was 90 years old. McCallum, a native of Scotland, got his big break in the U.S. in the 1960s hit show The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Over the past 2 decades, he rose to fame again, playing Donald Ducky Mallard on the long-running show about naval criminal investigators. I'm Corey Myers.
And 2 tickets to Ford's Theater on the fateful night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination have sold for, well, more than face value. RR Auction managed to sell this pair of front-row balcony tickets for over $250,000. These tickets dated April 14th, 1865, directly across from Lincoln's balcony seats. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days. Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, time to cue the microphone. Let's tee it up. Get this thing on the road as we roll into midweek already. Hump day. Here it comes. All right, we crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So good morning for the rest of the country. Good evening. Hope you had a good Tuesday. We will be turning the page on the calendar, 27th day of September. So here we go. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Kind of a cloudy, rainy night outside the secret bunker. Actually woke up to some rumbles of thunder a few hours ago. All right, most of the severe weather threat has concluded for Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning. Now, we did have some stronger storms with the heating of the day across parts of the Midwest. And more of that will be in the offing. Rounds of severe weather as a slow-moving storm continues to drift through the region on into midweek here. As far as we're concerned, we did see this is beneficial rain. It's been very, very dry. Drought conditions. Same system, area of low pressure that brought severe weather. Is the system that was behind severe weather in Wisconsin there Monday. Storm Prediction Center reported that a tornado indeed touched down near New Glarus, Wisconsin. Confirmed by video and photos via social media. Severe weather Tuesday, a bit further south and east versus where we saw the storms there on Monday. Indeed, at this hour, we have seen some severe thunderstorm warnings in and around the St. Louis area. Those storms are now south and east of the city, still packing a punch, but not reaching the severe threshold. We've seen torrential rains in southwestern portions of Wisconsin, actually some flash flood warnings in that area. All right, so we could see some gusty winds. As we look ahead for Wednesday, severe weather for the upcoming day will be similar dangers. The area of low pressure causing these thunderstorms to erupt across portions of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, down into Tennessee. For the upcoming day, severe weather could threaten areas from Louisville to Cincinnati, the eastern suburbs of Nashville. Again, later in the day. That system igniting severe weather is going to lose a bit of its intensity on into Thursday, should end the severe thunderstorm risk. However, because of the slow forward progression of this low pressure, many of the same areas seeing severe weather across the Ohio Valley today can see a continued risk of showers or maybe a few rumbles of thunder on into the day Thursday. Looking ahead to late week, good news on the way for anyone hoping for a return of some warmer, sunnier weather across the Midwest. Indeed, a return of high pressure should make for a perfect weekend to get out and enjoy outdoor activities for the upcoming weekend. So we should be good to go by the time Friday night high school football, Saturday, another week of college football. Good conditions for the Midwest. Oddly enough, things kind of changed. For several days now, we've been tracking what was Hurricane Felipe. It's dropped off to tropical storm status. Hadn't really been any concerns about it affecting the Caribbean, but that's kind of changed. The track is going to shift much further to the west and could indeed be bringing some impacts to the islands of the northern Caribbean by this weekend. Now, wind shear has kind of altered the structure of Felipe. So the upper part of the storm was pretty much blown off to the northeast, while the bottom part of the storm continues to move westward. Now, this is going to keep the strength of this storm in check. Should remain below hurricane strength. It's even possible Felipe could drop below tropical storm intensity at some point over the next several days. Now, with only the lower part of the storm remaining, it's going to be guided westward by the trade winds. The stronger south to southwest winds in the middle layer of the atmosphere won't exert as much influence on the system's movement. There's a chance this thing could actually even break up as it moves westward. So a lot of uncertainty. There's indications Felipe will survive and begin wander near that southeastern coast of the U.S. Later next week due to that more westward shift in the track. Meanwhile, watching another tropical wave over the Atlantic. That disturbance has a good chance of tropical development late this week. Early signs point to this one passing close to the Leeward Islands early next week. Rough surf and rain, provided this system in the zone from the southeastern Gulf to Florida that does not form. That's a totally separate area. This tropical wave over the Atlantic could become the next named system. Either way, again, we're going to be watching for that potential home brew, as they call it, in that zone. Florida has seen a lot of showers and thunderstorms. They even had a few tornado warnings this past day. A lot of storm activity off the east coast of Florida. Still some rains falling in southern portions of Florida. You see more rains coming into the Big Bend area during the overnight hours. Nothing severe, but so a lot to keep our eyes on. As we head down the home stretch for September, October and November, the time of year where wind shear typically increases quite a bit over the Atlantic basin, which should suppress development and organization of tropical systems. Now, nonetheless, the waters around the U.S. can still birth tropical systems very late into hurricane season. All right, Philly Dan out of the box. First on board. There's that camel. Must be hump day, all right? Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. We're northbound on 87 in New Paltz, New York. Hello to Jerry or Sergeant MacGyver. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive friends and family. Sergeant MacGyver checking in from the home 20 once again tonight. I just wanted to chime in, say safe travels to all those who keep America moving. All right, Dipsy Driver, here we go. The best informed audience. Pretty much a carbon copy of the weather we had last night. We're 62, cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. All listening to the overnight drive. Please stay safe for those out on the roads. Dave McIntosh, good morning from deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Copy the mail, 57. There's the Michigan Madman. How you been there, Michigan Madman? Hello. Everyone's prayers are working. And I thank you, one and all. Keep them coming. That sounds like a positive update. Good to hear from you, Madman. Hello, Pappy, 64, Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? All right, it's that time, nocturnal listeners, somewhere from the secret hidden bunker in southwest Ohio. Mr. Summers keying up the mic to broadcast along the trucking highways, so dial him up at 844-844-3388. Give us your thoughts for the night. Anything that might be on your mind. The great Americans that tune in. So let's go. Let it roll. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Are you with me? Indeed, we are. Welcome into a Wednesday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Sparky. Hello, Steve, all the overnight crew. Checking in from Hagerstown, Maryland. Kind of a rainy night, 59 degrees. Headed for Rafine, Virginia for my Greensboro meet. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, hello, Bidu checking in. Good morning. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve and the crew. 64 in my little portion of Kentucky. Thunderstorms rolled through a bit earlier. We needed the rain, and we've got more to come here for tomorrow. Everybody stay safe. Have a great rest of the week. Somebody said, hello, Marianne. We know you're out there. Yeah, indeed. Again, tonight she did check in via the email. Hello. Morning, Steve. The overnight family just wanted to let you know that my niece wasn't the only one that got hacked. One of her friends hacked as well. Hey, a shout out to the Dipsy driver and Lily from Darla and the Fur Babies. Shout out to Pappy, Buckeye Boy, and Miss Millie. There you go. Yes, she's on board here. Happy Hump Day, Eskimo Mom, or whatever day it is, right? We got a rainy night for the first time in a long time. Got a two-stop Cincinnati pedal that started off as an Indy Cincinnati pedal till I double-checked the trailer, the paperwork, and pick labels. It's been one of those weeks. We've got some clouds, some fog developing near Monroe, Ohio. All right, everybody, be safe out there. Buckeye Boy, Montgomery, Alabama, checking in, clear 73. Enjoying a late dinner, bologna and Munster cheese with mustard, peanut butter and cheese crackers, little sweet pickle washing down with the Diet Mountain Dew. You know, the cost of eating out is stupid expensive these days. I limit myself to usually a good breakfast that'll cost you $20, $25. I'll do the sandwiches and ramen cup of soup, especially if I have to lay over somewhere. I actually don't mind. I'm a big soup and sandwich kind of guy anyway. I got off and on rain on I-10 through Louisiana, Mississippi, southern Alabama. Thoughts for one of the owner-operators that runs for me. Lost his mother this past day. Her health had been in decline for several months. He's a good guy. It's been really tough on him. All right, Reds win, Braves win. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I think, if memory serves, Reds, 4 games? 4 games left in the regular season. They're technically, I guess, still in the hunt for a wild card spot. I think they're still 2 games back. Now, with only 4 games left, I don't know. The odds aren't really looking too good. But hello, Jeffrey from New York City, on board, ready for an epic show. Well, we'll see what we can do about that. CNI Dog, what's going on out there?
Good morning.
Morning.
Mike. What
Yeah.
day is it?
Yes,
what
sir.
day is it? Update. Real quick, my buddy Tim, he runs down in Texas area and all that. He says on I-10 by the Mississippi River, there's a lot of pigs on the westbound side that got out of some kind of vehicle, and they're all over the pavement. He doesn't know if there's like 60 or less. There's a lot of pigs on the pavement. So
Did you say pig?
westbound,
What'd you say is on the pavement? Pigs?
pigs.
Pigs? Like oink oink?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, like these little piggies are not going to the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he said that some of them were in the roadway, some were against the wall. Yeah. I like to do a small hotshot secret commercial of my own. I have a Dodge Challenger 2016, and I waited for a while before I put the hotshot secret in there. So, we'll clean it up. And that telltale lifter tick that a lot of Dodge motors have,
yeah.
I don't hear that at all. Also, the engine has that step down from 8 cylinders to 4.
Yeah.
It seems like that runs really smooth. I would have to say we're getting better fuel mileage out of it. And that's all I got.
Hotshot secret, powered by science.
All right. CNI Dog, there you go. Little hotshot secret endorsement there. All right. It does what it says it'll do. Powered by science. All right, let's jump over some of the industry headlines. Yeah, not necessarily trucking industry. Biden joined the picket line briefly with the UAW members in Michigan this past day. On a visit he announced after former President Trump said he's going to be traveling to join striking workers there. No mention, oddly enough, this past day of high inflation, lavish government subsidies for electric vehicles. I mean, all the features of Bidenomics, right? Yeah, spoke to striking workers on a picket line using a bullhorn. Said he stands with them. But as I said, he did not, however, mention inflation or the electric vehicle push, which critics say are 2 of the primary reasons that this strike is taking place. UAW President Shawn Fain, who spoke after Biden, likened the corporate greed of automakers to the Axis powers the U.S. faced in World War II. The Hill did note Biden is now the first sitting U.S. president to picket with striking workers. Experts in presidential and labor history say they cannot recall an instance when a sitting president has joined an ongoing strike, even during the tenures of the more ardent pro-union presidents, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry Truman. Theodore Roosevelt invited labor leaders alongside mine operators to the White House amid a historic coal strike back in 1902. That decision was seen at the time as a rare embrace of unions, as Roosevelt was trying to help resolve the dispute. Lawmakers often appear at strikes to show solidarity with the unions. And during his 2020 primary campaign, Biden and other presidential hopefuls actually joined a picket line, hundreds of casino workers in Las Vegas that were pushing for a contract with the Palms Casino Resort at the time, but setting precedents who have to balance the rights of workers with disruptions to the economy, our supply chains, and other facets of everyday life. Most often, they want to stay out of the fray of a strike until Biden. Now, President-elect Barack Obama also supported an illegal strike by workers at a window factory before he took office back in 2008. Either way, Trump announced September 18 he would be appearing with striking workers in Detroit on the 27th, which would be today, rather than attending the second Republican presidential debate, which is coming up later on to Wednesday evening. Suddenly, Democrats panicked at the prospect of Trump's visit. So 4 days later, Biden announced he's going to meet with the UAW workers the day before Trump's visit. It's not the first time that happened. Biden did this before back in 2020. He visited the riot toward Kenosha, Wisconsin, after Trump did. Meanwhile, the UAW president really doesn't have much of anything positive to say about Trump or his visit. He says, I see no point in meeting with Trump when he visits the Detroit area later today. He said, Trump serves the billionaire class, and that's actually what's wrong with this country. And more on what Fain had to say about Trump coming up here as we roll into a Wednesday.
USA News Update. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre urged House Republicans to prevent a government shutdown.
It is up to them to fix whatever chaos is going on right now with these extreme Republicans in the House. It is up for them to fix.
She emphasized the importance of passing funding legislation by week's end, urging Republicans to honor the deal negotiated by President Biden and Speaker Kevin McCarthy in May. Jean-Pierre warned that a shutdown would harm ordinary Americans. Some conservative lawmakers are pushing for significant spending cuts in any funding bill. After week 3 of this year's NFL schedule, it's a little bit too early to know who's going to be playing football at the Super Bowl in February, but we do know for certain who's going to be on stage for the halftime show. Grammy-winning R&B singer Usher will headline the Super Bowl 58 halftime show at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas on February 11th, 2024. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GEAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GEAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GEAR.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got those phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Let me get back to, so Trump's going to be heading up to Detroit today. And Sean Fain says, I don't see any point in meeting with him. He was interviewed on CNN the same day Biden was joining the workers on the picket line. If you weren't aware, Trump's skipping tonight's presidential debate to meet with a group of mostly retired UAW workers in Macomb County at a non-union plant, and apparently that did not go unnoticed by Fain. He said, I find a pathetic irony that the former president's going to hold a rally for union members at a non-union business. He was then asked if he plans on meeting with Trump, and he said, I see no point in the meeting. I don't think the man has any care for our workers and what they stand for, what the working class stands for. He serves the billionaire class. That's what's wrong with this country. They then ask, well, is that an endorsement for Biden? To which he said, it's not an endorsement for anyone. It's just flat out how I view the former president. So apparently no love for Trump from Fain. Either way, Trump released a statement earlier this past day supporting the striking workers, taking aim at Biden's support for building more electric vehicles. He said, quote, Joe Biden's draconian, indefensible electric vehicle mandate will annihilate the U.S. auto industry and cost countless thousands of automakers their jobs. The only thing Biden could say today that would help the striking auto workers is to announce the immediate termination of his ridiculous mandate. Anything else is a feeble, insulting attempt to distract American labor from this vicious Biden betrayal. Now, Fain was then asked if he agreed with Trump that electric vehicles would actually pose a threat to the UAW workers, to which he said it doesn't if it's just a transition. if the companies do the right thing. Well, there's a couple of big ifs there. If it's just a transition, if the companies do the right thing. But I can all but assure you that a whole lot more automation will be coming into play as they build these new electric vehicle facilities. But all right, just when it looked like there was no end in sight for rising diesel prices, the markets kind of turned downward. One of the key markets of that decline was in the Department of Energy and the Energy Information Administration's average retail weekly diesel price, the benchmark used for most fuel surcharges. We saw prices down just under a nickel, 4.7 cents over the past week. So the latest national average for diesel at 4.58. The first week since July 3rd that we've seen a decline in prices. Since then, there have been 11 consecutive weeks of increases, including one jump of 22 cents a gallon. And there was 1 week in the mix where there was no change. Final numbers for that surge. Since the July 3rd price of $3.76 a gallon, prices are up 86 cents per gallon, up to last week's $4.63 national average. Now, this on a day when the futures price of ultra-low sulfur diesel declined by just over 4 cents a gallon. To $3.26. Again, this is the futures. The recent high of $3.48 a gallon a couple of weeks ago, September the 14th. Now, this decline in price as refinery maintenance around the world is actually kicking into high gear. Evidence in the most recent Energy Information Administration weekly statistical report, which showed the national average refinery utilization rate down to 91%, the lowest since the end of June. In other words, refineries pump it out as much as they can, but as more and more go into maintenance mode, that's the concern that we may see drops in inventory levels around the country. And, of course, with the diesel and the home heating oil and that time of year where the colder air begins to move in, and you'll start seeing higher demand for people filling up their tanks with home heating oil heading into the winter months. All right, we'll see where it goes. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. See what Cue Ball has going on here. All right, morning, Cue Ball.
But that was quick. I gave it time to get my phone off speaker.
Okay.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey, what's going on?
Thanks for having me.
I got to you pretty quick, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. Anyway, that might stir them up a bit here. You know, this whole thing with the UAW and this Sean Fain character not wanting to talk, meet with Trump.
Yep.
You know, that right there to me tells me that he's not interested in actually taking care of business in a good way. In other words, he's not really trying, in my opinion, to help out his members. He's a political hack. And this is why I feel that way. So, if why would you not want to sit down with Trump, even if you disagreed with him? There's been many times in my life where I've had to sit down across the table with somebody who I don't really like. Example, somebody I wouldn't shake their hand with a broke hand, right? But I'll still sit and hear what they got to tell me. Because number one, a mouth that speaks is a mouth that gives you something. If he's talking, he's giving you something. It's called information. He's letting you into his mindset. You're figuring out what's going on in his head. Sometimes, that's the thing with people that lie a lot. Sometimes the truth will pop out. And if you're good at paying attention and listening, you'll catch it. So if you're sitting down with a guy like Trump, Oh, by the way, Trump's the same way. You know, the heart of the deal guy, right? Well, maybe that's why he doesn't want to listen to, because I was saying that's why if I was Fain, why I would want to sit with Trump. But if I'm Trump, I also just told you why I would want to sit with Fain, right? Fain ain't going to bluff that well, and Trump would pick it up. But if you were Fain and you actually wanted to do good by your members, wouldn't you want to sit down with the person who could potentially be the future president and find out, okay, if both men genuinely want what's best for the American people, the workers, wouldn't you want to sit down and discuss the differences of opinions and try to come up with some kind of middle ground or an understanding as to who each other is and what they're trying to do? And if the goal is the same, if it's simply a matter of the same goal but different methods of which to get there, well, then two heads with the same goal would come up with an answer on how to get there. But that's not the case. I think it's more sinister than that. I think, number one, Fain knows he'll not be able to not let Trump get on what is really going on. And two, he really has no interest in what's going on with the members. As long as he's cashed this check and he's the union big shot, you know, he gets his check, whether the EVs fire half his people or not. It don't make a difference. There's another thing I thought about. I was listening to yesterday's show this morning, and he talked about, back to the Teamsters, this whole thing with this, I forget what it's called, this little bitty thing that Werner owns up in upstate New York somewhere. Like, they're trying to unionize, like, 13 drivers.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But they fired 4 of them or something?
The Warner subsidiary, yeah.
What kind of union dues are 4 people going to pay? You're not even going to handle a fraction. I don't even think the dues that those 4 people would pay would even pay for the day rate of one of these lawyers that are taking paperwork up to the Labor Relations Board.
Right.
Does that even think about that? We're not talking 40, 400, 4,000. 4. F-O-U-R. 4. You know, like 1 less than 5, 1 more than 3. The dues that these people are paying won't even pay the day rate of 1 lawyer. And how many days these people are going to spend on this? Financially, it makes no sense. Okay, so what's the real agenda? Right? I mean, in the end, it's about the money in the end, right? How much is this going to cost? I sat there and thought about that. I'm like, that's more than this. Just because the numbers don't add up. Not even close.
Well, I mean, are they looking at the future? I mean, it all has to start somewhere, and they're saying, hey, if this first group of 13 gets organized in union representation, then I think it's just trying to send a message for anyone else. Don't even think about trying to sit down and organize. But apparently, I mean, I guess that's against the law, according to the National Labor Relations Board.
It might be. I'm not going to argue that or not. That's above my understanding of it. But even if you organized all 13, 1-3, that's not a lot. Sure. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to collect there? You probably say, I get it where if somebody takes something from you, and I do have that mentality, okay, you're going to take $10 from me? I'll spend $1,000 to make sure that you pay for that 10. Just to make you understand and set an example. You don't pay from me. I get that mentality. Believe me, I do. But business-wise, even to try to organize a small place with only 13 members,
right?
Is that actually going to help you? So even there, okay, why even start that fight? It's not going to pay off. But bear in mind, it is upstate New York, so you kind of have to put that in play a little bit too. Just because of where it is, it's probably easier. It's probably easier up there, I guess. I'm not really sure. It just seems some just doesn't seem quite right. But I'll just leave it at that. Something to point to ponder. Now, Biden goes. That's the other thing too. I haven't heard. I've been hearing it on the news here and there, but I didn't hear where. Like in other words, Biden walked the picket line with the UAW. Which one? Which company? Ford, Stellantis, Chevrolet? Because to me, that kind of plays into it too, don't it?
And honestly, I have no idea which facility was he at. Let's see. Doesn't say. I'm not seeing whether it was like, you mean a GM line, a Ford line. I get you.
I'm sure it's out there. It's just I have no idea who. I was just kind of curious. I have different opinions of these different car companies, and some of it comes down to. And it's weird when you start talking about these companies. It's so weird because some of them historically, and I'm not going to get into the whole Chevy, Ford, Dodge crap, because half these people that'll make that argument with me couldn't tell you the difference between any one of them, mechanically wise anyway. But the corporate mentality of some of these companies has always been a little shaky, and sometimes I wonder if it plays into some of the issues now. Do you remember there was a video of, I could not believe it. Maybe you can tell me whether I'm right or not, but I was told something that I haven't had a chance before the call to look it up because I really was just thinking about it now. There was a video of a woman that worked for Chevrolet, and she was talking about this electric car, and the reporter was standing there talking with about this car, and she was saying, it's plugged into the building. And somebody asked, well, where does it get the power from? And she goes, the building. And then somebody else had said something like, well, where's it generated at? What's from? And she's like, coal. And windows down. And then they kind of like played it slower where the woman admitted, yeah, it's really a coal-fired car. And then I was told that was the CEO of Chevrolet. Do you know if that's true?
I know it was an executive. I don't know if it was the top dog, but I remember that very well. I think it's been about a year ago when they were introducing the electric vehicle. Yes. Where does it get its power?
So this dumb as a box of rocks. So you tell me this woman that's as dumb as a box of rocks is at least an executive for Chevrolet or GM.
Yes.
How do you get a job like that being that freaking stupid? Like, do they put out for the ads like, hey, we need you college-educated, woke as hell, and completely lacking common sense, so we'll pay you a fortune to be an executive for GM? Is that how to hire it? I mean, damn. I literally don't understand how somebody can have a job like that and be that damn stupid. And sometimes I wonder, is that not part of these companies' problems? Why they can't seem to, get things through their head? It's just like, and Ford's another one. I don't understand what they're thinking. Like, it's almost like nobody talks to the common person as to what they need or want, even just in a vehicle. Okay, Ford come up with this brilliant idea. We're gonna make a strong truck out of the weakest material possible. You drop a toolbox with a load that pokes a hole in it. Run your pickup truck through the car wash, and your antenna gets yanked right off of those aluminum things. Who thought of that crazy idea? And then Ford is in a more interesting method, which is why I wouldn't want anything to do with a Ford when I would look to buy a new pickup truck. Was Ford, and all of them play in that game a little bit. Ford likes to play a little bit in that exotic car world. The Ford GT, right? You know what powers that thing? The more modern one? The 3.8-liter V6. You're talking about a halo car that's supposed to compete with Ferrari, Lamborghini. You put a V6 in it? What? You're trying to tell me I'm supposed to be towing a travel trailer with an F-150 with a V6 in it? What, are you out of your mind?
Right.
That's just not going to sell. I mean, that's good that's good for somebody like my girlfriend to hop in a truck and drive to work and maybe go pick up groceries. But if you're towing anything, you need a little bit more than a V6. Anybody that knows anything about engines knows if it's like an EcoBoost, it's the turbocharged. but you got to wind the hell out of the RPM to get it to make any power, or some turbos ain't spool it up. If you put too small of a turbo, well, then you lose everything on the high RPM side. Spools up too quick, and you're done. By the way, nobody thinks about it. Turbocharged vehicles, with these diesels, truck drivers should know. You got to idle them before you shut them down. Cool the turbos down. Idling's a lot cooler on exhaust, and the turbos and the fairing, so on, right? If you idle them a little bit before you shut them down. But these soccer moms, with their little EcoBoost, they just park the car in the garage, turn it right off, and you hear that tick, 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 tick of everything cooling down, and that oil just a baking in that turbo. So Ford built a lot of them little buggies, didn't they? Well, that's not very smart either. The only one that I like, and again, back to the whole thing, the only one that, look at GM. They don't, they try to play that game too a little bit with, we're going to make a full-size pickup, but we're going to make them kind of narrow. And we're not going to make them big no more. We're going to kind of make everything small. Everyone's worried about kissing the government's ass. Well, that was except for, at least in the pickup version, Ram, which is why I bought two of them. But, and Ram, even there, or Stellantis, Dodge, whatever you want to call it, they're getting rid of the Hellcats. I think they're kind of forced into that. And then he went with that black car he pushed out for the EV. And I'm like, okay, that's ridiculous. Oh, it sounds cool. Oh, it don't. The speaker. I have a stereo system too. I can make my Peterbilt sound like that. It's got to turn the radio on loud enough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm like, come on. I think they got dragged into that. But back to the GM thing with this whole thing with the strike, all of them for that matter. You've been kissing the government's ass so long, everybody expects you to just lay down corporately, right? Why would you expect any different? Do these car dealers, not dealers, do these manufacturers push back when the government starts saying we're going to do this? Did they start saying, hey, that's not going to work when they start pushing these EVs? I mean, we can build them. How are you going to make them buy them? I don't understand that. Did anybody ever push back on that? At the manufacturer's level.
Therein lies the problem. I think all the EV, I think Ford recently said that we don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse in this zest and zeal to go green because, people have to purchase them. They've got I think it's the F-150 Lightning is the one they pointed out, that they've got them sitting on lots all over the country. People just aren't buying the damn things.
You know how many I've seen going down the road? 2. One was in Philadelphia, and the other one I saw somewhere in like Wisconsin. I can't remember exactly where. But literally, I've only noticed on one being driven, or in like a parking lot. It wasn't a dealership. I've literally only seen 2. I've seen more DeLoreans this year, Steve. And they only made like 31,000 of those ever in 3 years. So, it's almost like, why did you even build it? Didn't they know? I don't know. I guess it's a little bit beyond me, but sometimes I think that some of these big shots with these companies ought to sit down with common people and start asking questions. Well, you bought this. Why? Why did you buy that? Like find a guy like me on the street. Hey, why did you buy that truck? Why did you buy our truck? And I just sat him down and told you plain English. Why did buy your truck? And I'd rather buy, even if a Toyota is made in South Carolina by Americans, I'd rather buy from a quote-unquote American company as opposed to Toyota, even if they're built in America. Because like I said a while back, I know my Ram truck, because it's heavy duty, was built in Mexico. What I imagine is non-UAW workers. So I'm like, I bought the truck because I felt it was a better buy for the stuff that I do with trucks. But people also just like bigger, larger, faster vehicles. Something with some style, something that's, cool. But even Cadillac is like, what, that's not a Cadillac, that's a joke. You want a real luxury car, you got to go talk to Mercedes or Audi. They got fast cars with big engines, and they're big.
Yeah.
Like they're actually big. You know, I don't get that mentality. Why do you ever went that direction and kiss the government's ass and let them push them around all over the place? Because why didn't the GM executive look at somebody DPA and says, okay, great, that's what you're doing to us? Good. Why don't you just go buy an Audi when you need an next presidential limo now? Because that Cadillac ain't going to do you. It ain't big enough. I never understand that. So, but back to the whole thing with Fain and Trump, if you really want to solve problems, you sit down with everybody because you never know what they'll tell you. But he ain't. That tells me everything.
Well,
so
I mean,
FMCSA and Infinite Wisdom since 68 now, huh?
It's a 4-year deal that they're looking to come up with. I mean, what if the end of that next deal, Donald Trump could potentially actually be the setting president at the time. I wonder if he even thought about that. All right, we got to close out hour number 1. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A judge has ruled that Donald Trump committed years of fraud while building his real estate empire. In a civil lawsuit brought by New York's Attorney General, the judge found that Trump and his company deceived banks, insurers, and others by overvaluing assets and inflating net worth on paperwork for deals and financing. The decision just before Attorney General Letitia James' trial severely challenges Trump's image as a wealthy and savvy real estate mogul turned political figurehead. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket line in Michigan today, demonstrating his support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their claim to a substantial pay raise.
Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. Former President Trump will be joining them tomorrow. Time's ticking for Congress to dodge a government shutdown this week. The House is set to vote on crucial funding bills, but Speaker Kevin McCarthy might face support shortage. A handful of staunch Republicans are holding up legislation, pushing for significant spending cuts. Attorney General Merrick Garland assured families who lost loved ones to the fentanyl epidemic that the Justice Department is dedicated to stopping it.
Agents and prosecutors across the Justice Department and across the country are working tirelessly to prosecute those who flood our communities with deadly drugs.
Speaking at DEA headquarters, he outlined efforts to target cartels in Mexico and suppliers of precursor chemicals in China. President Biden has reportedly increased his use of physical therapy and opted for tennis shoes to prevent any slips or falls on camera. According to Axios, Biden began balance exercises with a physical therapist as early as November 2021. The report highlights concerns within Biden's campaign team about the impact of visible stumbles on his electability given his age of 80. This is USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about MediShare. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about MediShare. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes,
for real, yes.
And you know what? It's funny, too, because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, MediShare has been doing this for 30 years. I think you can trust that, right?
You can. MediShare really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing, too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional, and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to MediShare.
That's
cool.
That's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
A growing number of prominent Democrats are calling for New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez to resign following his federal bribery charges. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, along with Senators Tammy Baldwin, Jon Tester, and Bob Casey, have joined the chorus, emphasizing the higher standard expected of public officials. The world has lost a TV legend.
This is ridiculous.
Doctor, you have a heart condition.
I have a hunger condition. Before I die of malnutrition, could you get me a fresh sandwich? Dr. Palmer and I have work to do.
Actor David McCallum, most recently known for his role on CBS's NCIS, has died. The veteran actor died yesterday, surrounded by family at New York Presbyterian Hospital. He was 90 years old. McCallum, a native of Scotland, got his big break in the U.S. in the 1960s hit show The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Over the past 2 decades, he rose to fame again, playing Donald Ducky Mallard on the long-running show about naval criminal investigators. I'm Corey Myers.
Good news for TV fans. The Hollywood writer's strike is nearing its end, and your beloved shows might return soon. According to Variety magazine, late-night talk shows could be back on the air by either the week of October 2nd or October 9th. And 2 tickets to Ford's Theater on the fateful night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination have sold for more than $250,000. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hour number 1 in the books. Got a long way to go. It's 844-844-3388. So 24 hours ago, we were discussing speed limiters. whereas the FMCSA had published what we thought was going to be a 68 mile per hour top speed for big trucks. Well, at least that's what we thought. Update from Landline this past day. FMCSA releasing their report this week that appeared to reveal their proposed top speed for the speed limiter rulemaking. But no. Apparently now they're saying, never mind. Original report indicated the supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking to mandate speed limiters would cap most commercial vehicles at 68. Yeah, soon after, which means this past day, the FMCSA kind of pivoted to suggest that the 68 is just one of the options being considered for the proposal. Well, we've known that all along. 63, 65, 68, they've all been in the mix. I guess they now say a top speed has not been determined. The limit of 68 is one of the options, as it was included in the petitions for rulemaking and discussed in the 2016 notice. A spokesperson said it should be noted, however, that no final decision has been made on the maximum speed limit that would be proposed in the forthcoming supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking. So now we don't know. It's not clear whether they intend a top speed of 68, but had to pull back that entry to follow procedure, or if that inclusion of that speed was completely in error. Yeah, either way, the FMCSA indicated significant rulemakings must be reviewed by the White House Office of Management and Budget before they can be published and then sent out for public comments. Yeah, among these is, of course, the maximum speed setting to be proposed. So where do we go from here? Although the proposed top speed is again now unknown, they did say their target date of December 29 to release that supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking, which is expected, obviously, to include a top speed. Remains to be seen whether they'll be able to unveil the proposal before the end of the year. As mentioned, the Office of Management and Budget will have to approve the proposal before it can be published in the Federal Register. Oftentimes, that process can take months. As a matter of fact, a previous speed limiter proposal was under OMB review for 15 months, believe it or not. Either way, once that notice is finally published, the public will have an opportunity to comment once again. They will then have to review what will likely be thousands of comments once again before they can determine whether or not to move forward with the final rule, even if they move at a rather brisk pace, which they've not done to date, that is for sure. It would most likely be well into the year 2025 at this point before any rule could take place. So it's not going to be happening overnight. And just at a brisk pace. We were supposed to have this unveiled in the spring, and they kicked the can to sometime in the late summer, early fall. Well, fall officially got underway over the weekend, and they kicked the can this week till December 29th, end of the year. See how many more times we can maybe kick it down the road before we move forward. I don't know. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Eagle, check it in. What's happening out there, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Since you was just talking about the speed limiters, I'll talk about that before I get to the immigration situation. Listen, Steve, I'm a company driver, and I'm glad I am a company driver because I make good money driving this truck, and I ain't a dime coming out of my pocket to operate it for fuel or any other expenses. All I got to do is call up a 1-800 number, and anything I need is taken care of, and that's the way I like it. Now, as far as the speed goes, yeah, I'm in a governed truck, and me personally, after being on the road for over 25 years, I think, the 68 is a little bit, that's too slow, because where I live at in Texas, speed limit is 75, and there's other states that are 75 mile an hour too. And 68 is way too slow, because first of all, the cars are not doing that. The cars are going way faster than that, and all you are is a roadblock going down the road, and you got cars zigzagging in and out. These idiots that make up these laws, they need to get in one of these trucks and ride around with some of these truck drivers, and they'll see what the deal is. They'll see that a truck riding down the road doing 65 or 68 mile an hour, all you're doing is impeding traffic, especially when one of those trucks decide to get in the left-hand lane, and then you got a train of cars behind him mad as hell because he only doing 68. So, like I said, I think the top speed, on the trucks, at least the owner-operators should be 75 miles an hour. Owner-operator truck and the company truck should be maybe 75 or either 70 miles an hour. But anything below 70 miles an hour, you're nothing but a speed, like I say, a rolling roadblock. And like I told you, you already know how I feel about California. That's the reason why my company doesn't go to California and I don't go to California, because they have a 55 mile an hour speed limit. And I can't say the word for it on this radio show, but you know what word I want to use. But there's no reason for speed limit to be 55 mile an hour in California in 2023, when a lot of the state is desert area, and there's no reason for you to be rolling across the desert on Interstate 10 or 40 doing 55 miles an hour. So California, the way you already know, I told you this before, they know where they can stick that 55 mile an hour speed limit. Now, let's talk about the situation, Steve, with the border. I'm not going to focus on these individuals that's coming in right now. I want to focus on this deadly fentanyl drug that Joe Biden, if he don't give a damn about nothing else coming across the border, he should care about this, Steve. I think you told about the story that happened in New York. It's all over the news right now. They're still talking about it. That these people, these are some of the lowest scumbags that you ever come in contact with. They had the deadly fentanyl drug hidden in a secret compartment under the floor in a daycare center in New York City with young kids running. Did you hear about that?
Yes, and one of them came in contact with it and died, right?
Yeah. You don't even have to smoke this drug. This is how dangerous this drug is. You already know, Steve. If you just get in contact with this drug, it could kill you. That's a dangerous drug. You don't even have to participate in the usage of this drug, and you still can lose your life. But yet Joe Biden is not even concerned about that coming across the border, and that's a damn shame. Like I said, one of the kids got killed, and they said luckily there was a whole room full of kids that were in there. But like I said, these people had this drug hidden in a secret compartment under the floor of this daycare center, and all these kids got sick, and like you said, one of them died. And I've even heard of police officers. I think a female police officer, I think last year, she came in contact with that. She pulled over a car, and the car had fentanyl in it, and the officer lost her life. Like I said, you don't even have to do this drug to die from the impact of this stuff. This stuff is dangerous, and it shouldn't be on the streets of America, Steve. This drug shouldn't even be allowed to enter into the USA. But like I said, we don't have nobody trying to stop that either. And as the press secretary and Mayorkas and all these other people continue to say, the border is secure. The border is secure. So how they figure that? Maybe they're not looking at the same video we looking at, Steve. If that video that I've been seeing the last couple of days don't scare you, I don't know what will. But you know what, Steve? I think you talked about this last night, but I went to bed early. I think you were talking about this flag. When they were talking about the flag, I thought that it was a small flag that these people had put in the river down in Eagle Pass, Texas. No, this is not no small flag, Steve. This is a big, humongous flag I think it was what country? Venezuela. Did you see that flag that people had?
I did not catch that. No.
Yeah, you need to go back and look at the video. I looked at the video tonight to see what these people was talking about, because I kept hearing about that these people had planted a flag in the river of the United States as they were coming in. But I thought it was just a little small flag. But no, this is a humongous flag. This is the type of flag that you see flying, at state capitals and governments. I couldn't believe how big this flag was that these people were trying to bring to the U.S. So these people got bad intentions if they trying to bring a flag like that and bring it to the U.S., Steve. These are some very dangerous people that are headed towards the United States right now. And we got a bad deal going on. And you look at the what they've done to New York City, Steve. The amount of trash and garbage that's on the ground. And here's something that a lot of people are not focusing on, Steve. You know, and I know that the weather is getting ready to change in these northern states: Chicago, Detroit, Michigan, Washington D.C., New York City. Now, what are these people gonna do in November, December, and January when it's 5 and 10 degrees outside? I don't think you're gonna be sleeping on the ground with snow and ice on the damn ground. So what are these people gonna do then? Joe Biden's invited guests to the United States. Where are these individuals gonna sleep at when it's 5 degrees outside in New York City with snow on the ground? That's what. So since Joe Biden got all the answers, I like for him to answer that question. So here's how it goes, Steve. I told you this a couple of weeks ago about this situation. What do you do? Because it's already happening. I talked to a guy on the phone the other day in San Antonio they got a problem in San Antonio with all these immigrants. What do you do, Steve? What happens when people are down and out? They don't have no money in their pocket. They don't have no place to stay. They don't have no food in their pocket. There's no food to eat at night. What are these people going to start doing? These people that you see on television that's coming to the U.S. illegally, what are they going to start doing when they get down and out and desperate?
Going to start taking other people's stuff.
That's right. They're going to start robbing and stealing American people. They're already doing it in some of these border towns down in Texas, Steve. They're going to people's doors and knocking on people's doors, asking for food and water and shelter and everything else. And if those people eventually, if people keep saying no, they're going to just kick the door down and take what the hell they want. Because these are already dangerous individuals to begin with. This is one of the saddest things I've ever seen happen. And like I said, that guy up there in New York City, that disgrace that calls himself the mayor, this guy here flapped his mouth all last year talking about he's a sanctuary city. And now every time I turn my TV on, he crying about we're overrun. We don't know where the hell we're going to put all these people at. And now he's got the nerve to say that he wants the people in New York City to take these individuals into their home. Why don't you adopt one of these migrants that illegally have come to this country? That's how stupid this guy is. Instead of saying the right thing about maybe trying to send them back to where they come from, this guy is he's still making the wrong move, saying that he wants you to take a migrant into your home in New York City. So like I said, the way I see it is that guy, that mayor of New York, I'd say to hell with him and continue busting these people up there, Greg Abbott. Keep doing what you're doing, my man. Like I told you a couple of months ago, like they used to tell me when I was a kid, it's like a Burger King, Steve. You ask for it. You go into a Burger King, tell them you want a Whopper with certain stuff on it. Okay, well, my man up there in New York, the mayor, you asked for it. Guess what? You got it. Now enjoy your new friends that you just made from these illegal immigrants. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Interesting that you brought up the whole fentanyl thing, because I had actually several stories. We actually got to the official numbers. Yeah, how much fentanyl or how many fentanyl pills have actually been confiscated this year, or seized, I guess is the word. I mean, it's an unbelievable number. Well into the millions. And we'll touch more on that. First, let me get a quick time out. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Where shall I begin? Let's start with the numbers, supposedly from the Attorney General. The Drug Enforcement Agency, Family Summit, and law enforcement agencies have seized over 55 million fentanyl pills and 9,000 plus pounds of fentanyl powder this year. The drug cartels are manufacturing and moving fake pills designed to look exactly like brand name drugs, and instead they contain the deadly fentanyl. Yeah, what they're highlighting, what they're saying are the dangers posed by the work of the Sinaloa and Jalisco cartels in Mexico. They are actually fueling this epidemic. The Justice Department is attacking every aspect of the cartel's operations. Now, how they're doing that, I don't know. The DEA administrator convened with around 150 individuals impacted by the escalating fentanyl crisis at the DEA headquarters in D.C. on Tuesday. The second annual Family Summit on Fentanyl. Delivering a sad revelation highlighting the severity of this crisis that she disclosed in 2022. 110,757 Americans lost their lives due to fentanyl. And we are on a troubling trajectory indicating that 2023, this year, is poised to record the highest ever seizures of fentanyl. Now, we all know that it's about 50 times more potent than heroin, but it's just apparently pouring into the country. The DEA administrator disclosed that over 3,000 individuals have been charged with trafficking drugs for cartels here in the U.S. Right now, there are 600 active investigations into overdose deaths, but the numbers continue to rise. You know, one of the problems, individuals like the California sheriff that was charged with 2 felonies earlier this week after it was discovered he was reportedly carrying more than 100 pounds of fentanyl in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege they now believe this deputy may actually have ties to the Mexican drug cartel. 25-year-old George Roca, charged with 1 felony count of possessing fentanyl for sale and transporting narcotics. Also charged with being armed with a firearm during a drug offense, which could mean he faces even more time if he's convicted. Reportedly resigned after being pulled over on September the 17th. He pleaded not guilty during a court appearance earlier this week in Banning, California, about 80 miles from Los Angeles. Riverside County Sheriff's Department said the investigation into Roca came to a successful conclusion when the traffic stop was conducted on I-10 by a deputy from the Domestic Highway Enforcement Team after a canine alerted to the presence of narcotics. A search was conducted. Located in the vehicle was more than 100 pounds of packaged fentanyl pills. Also, a loaded handgun. So he was arrested, subsequently booked into the Coice-Bird Detention Center. Now, I guess some of the early reports said that they believed he was smuggling these fentanyl pills into the jail system, which they have since said that was not correct. All right. It's incredible. That's somebody in law enforcement, they on the inside, which kind of translates to what we'll get to our final story is as far as fentanyl is concerned. San Francisco has hit another record high when it comes to overdose deaths in that city. How many died in San Francisco in just the past month? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The federal probe into President Biden's handling of classified documents before taking office now extends to an examination of Obama-era security measures and White House procedures. Investigators led by Special Counsel Robert Hur have interviewed numerous witnesses, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken, over the course of 9 months. They've questioned a wide range of former aides, from high-level advisors to executive assistants, and even one White House attorney. Sources present during the interviews suggest instances of carelessness during Biden's vice presidency have been uncovered. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket line in Michigan, demonstrating his unwavering support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their rightful claim to a substantial pay raise.
Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audien hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audien hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the numbers very, very disheartening. I mean, San Francisco, that's just one city. And we know this, it's a plague in every city all over the country, big or small. Not just the big cities. Almost 85 deaths last month. Residents say the alarming numbers are just more proof that the city of San Francisco has turned into a zombie apocalypse. They saw 84 deaths in August. 66 involved fentanyl. They tied January for the deadliest month since they started tracking overdose deaths back in 2020. This year is expected to exceed 2020's deaths, which hit 725 deaths in just San Francisco. To date, more than 560 have died in that city this year alone. Another 300 expected to die by the end of the year. Yeah, the drug crisis has become so normalized in the city that a man would lay twitching on Mission Street for minutes before anyone realized he was overdosing. A fellow drug addict who was about to take a hit of fentanyl noticed running over to the unconscious man, beginning CPR. Somebody bring some Narcan. Yeah, that's the name of the game. Well, you know, one of those on the streets, a 21-year-old said, "You can't help people who don't want help." That's the point Pappy had made a few weeks ago. Yeah, so sad that you have to want help. Yeah, the people are dying on the streets left and right.
But the drugs continue to pour into this country across what is, have no fear, a secure border. The border is secure. Yes, indeed. So says the Homeland Security Director, for what it's worth. All right, how about a Norman on board there? Oklahoma, north central Kansas. Sorry, not Oklahoma, north central Kansas. 62 degrees here. Moon's looking mighty full. Yeah, I think we've got a full moon coming up here in the next couple of nights, officially. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hello to Bourbon Street Gary, listening in, delivering my Ford parts in Blue Springs. So, yep, everything, the big focus was really with the expanded strike with the UAW, was primarily geared toward General Motors and Stellantis. Ford supposedly was making progress. I haven't heard anything new as far as how that progress has come in the last couple of days. All right, it's Vic checks in here on a Wednesday. Happy hump day, Vic.
Hey, yeah, it's that time again. The wheels of time keep on rolling. Excuse me. You were talking about, I really called up to talk about these electric vehicles and mandates and subsidies. But the deal with the fentanyl and the whole drug scene, a lot of that actually starts with prescription drugs. And that was the big thing here a few years back, the opioids. And, Purdue Pharma, they got in trouble because I guess they were encouraging all these painkillers. And at one time, there was like a pain management thing at the different physicians. That was part of the whole treatment process. And some of that, the opioids, the synthetics, a lot of these companies, when I say companies, prescription companies, they pretty much, your CVS's, Walgreens, Rite Aid, all those, that was part of their profit structure. And these druggies, it didn't take them very long to find out, that you used to talk about the pill doctors and all that. It doesn't take them very long to find out a system of where they can get away with it, that people don't really challenge them. They make up all kinds of excuses to get prescriptions filled, and the dog ate their pills, or they mistakenly flushed them down a toilet or whatever.
Right.
And it's amazing how much of that goes on. And then after a while, people say we have a problem here, and they can't get their pills legally, and that's when they start getting it off the street. And this fentanyl, I really don't know that much about it. I don't know how they manufacture it or anything, but it seems to be quite toxic, so it has to be handled in a, I wouldn't say a sterile lab somewhere, but one to where there has to be a lot of precautions in it. So I find it hard to believe that they can't find where it is being manufactured, but that's just me. You have to have a will before you can really solve any problem.
Right.
But, that was about my only comment on this fentanyl. But when you were opening your show, you were talking about all these different electric vehicles, and you were mentioning that they were going to have these subsidies and these mandates, and that's where the problem comes in. Like, if there's a consumer demand for electric vehicles, and I happen to believe if it was properly designed and developed, that there would be, a demand for electric vehicles, but it wouldn't be in all categories. I can remember way back when that the United States, was working with Alice Chalmers in Egypt to develop a solar-powered tractor for them to use over in Egypt. Whatever happened to that project, I don't know. Alice Chalmers went out of business and everything. But that was clear back in the mid-1950s when they were getting ready to build the Aswan Dam over there in Egypt. So this has been around for quite some time, and then people were in the energy crisis back in the 80s and 90s, people were experimenting with different types of electrical vehicles and power systems. Most of the people were looking at the diesel electric locomotives where they had the traction motors on each wheel, and you basically generated a lot of electricity. And they were working on what was called a capacitor battery, and I don't know if you've seen those or not, but they don't really require any mining or anything of that nature. I mean, a capacitor just holds charge, and it holds quite a bit, and you can get your electricity just from the friction of the car. But the big thing about capacitors is if you mess with electricity or anything, you know that they discharge all at once, and you know you can basically get killed mess with that capacitor stuff if you don't do it right. And that was the big problem back at that time. But when Bill Clinton first came in office, because I remember in '93, my son and I was messing around with some of that stuff, and people were talking about like the trolling motors on the bass boat and the golf carts with their what they call the deep cycle batteries and all that. Well, they were all so heavy you really couldn't build a vehicle with that. So Clinton come out and said we're going to form a consortium of the big three, and we will develop an electric vehicle. Well, I don't know. They didn't do a very good job, and then Obama came along. And when Obama came along, they come up with all this, they'd already had this climate change thing, and the solution was to get rid of the internal combustion engine and go all electric. And that's where everything kind of got all out of whack, because they were subsidizing the manufacturers to build these vehicles. They were subsidizing people to buy them. It wasn't market driven, and even a lot of states did that. So, and kind of my rambling here, the point is this: it is not a market driven thing, and if they would leave the companies to use their marketing research and say, there's somebody, I was trying to think what they used to call those bands, the Kroger Cruiser or something, with the soccer moms and all that, where they're not going to be pulling a trailer, they're not going a long distance away from home or anything of that nature. Then someone in that area, they might be able to fill in that space, and as they fill in that space, they can start to get more research knowledge, and this thing can develop naturally and by itself. But the ways that they're going about all this, just trying to force this on people, it is not going to come to a very good end. If it ever comes to a good end, they're just going to keep stumbling along. And that was basically my big comment, is that this is being forced on people all the way around, and it just doesn't work. Things we have to have knowledge, and Ford had an electric vehicle back around just around the turn of the century. Somebody in a Ford family, I've forgotten who it was, but anyway, they had to have an electric vehicle. They also had steam vehicles back then. I mean, they experimented with everything when the automobile came along. And when it all came said and done, actually, the one thing that really pushed the gasoline engine was whenever Sakani Mobile found out that tetraethyl lead added to gasoline would make gasoline burn better. Before that, gasoline engines really didn't do a very good job. So, but eventually somebody learned, and there was a war going on between GM and Ford. Ford wanted to use alcohol. He developed 2 or 3 carburetors for that. They also had alcohol lamps, and the whole bit with alcohol drawn water. There were several patents on that with the alcohol lamps rather than the wheel lamps. But basically, it all came back to whenever Rockefeller Sakani Mobile found out that tetraethyl lead was what they needed to make gasoline burn better. And that's where the octane comes from. So, but that's just one example. They stumbled around even with the gasoline engine, the internal combustion engine, for 30, 40 years, and then they finally found out something will work. that's the same thing, same way with the electric engine. You know, maybe they can find electric motors. Maybe somewhere, somehow, they can find the magic touch that will make it work. But just saying, no, you have to build a vehicle like this, and then you can get a subsidy, and you have to use lithium, and don't look at anything else.
I mean, they need to come up with a battery that has a less risk of catching fire. I was watching a video earlier, and this was at one of the like the implement shows, one of the biggest shows in the country. You had, I believe it was right there at the DeWalt booth. It was a DeWalt riding lawnmower that caught fire. Boom. Right there in the middle of the show. One of the biggest shows. I mean, we're seeing every day another example of these electric vehicles, electric trucks. You have pretty much all the electric truck batteries. Nikola, they've all been recalled for fire hazard. And yeah, Vic is correct. They're trying to force this, not just on the American consumer, but they're forcing the companies, the manufacturers, to shove it down our throats. I mean, the latest electric vehicle mandate is the Biden administration expects to require electric vehicles to make up 67% of new vehicles sold by the year 2032. That's less than 10 years from now. They want it to be 67%. I think the current number is somewhere about maybe 4% of purchases of, I believe it's 3-4%. I mean, by the year 2030, it's expected to be that the Biden administration had a target of 50% of all vehicles sold be electric vehicles. Now, that was the executive order signed back in 2021. So the latest EPA mandate was just signed this year. So we're going from 50% of all vehicles sold, all new vehicles, being electric by 2030. And then earlier this year, the new mandate, 67% by the year 2032. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back with some of the other industry headlines. UPS, United Parcel Service, made the announcement they're going to be hiring more than 100,000 seasonal workers. Yeah, the busy time of year, it is just around the corner. They call it the holiday rush. A similar number of employees they hired a year ago, about this same time. The world's largest package delivery company, which of course earns the largest chunk of its revenue during the fourth quarter of any year that includes the holiday season, said they're filling full and part-time seasonal positions across shifts in hundreds of locations around the country. Of course, both UPS and FedEx both hired thousands of temporary workers to move all those parcels between October and January. Now, hiring at UPS, amid the backdrop of this fresh 5-year contract covering 340,000 Teamsters, which would increase wages and benefit cost for the company. I guess with the new contract last month, they cut their full-year revenue and profitability targets, higher than expected labor cost. Then the business that was lost during the tumultuous contract talks with the Teamsters Union. Executives said in August, customers shifted about 1 million packages per day to other providers, which resulted in $200 million in lost sales. They estimated probably about a third of that ended up going to FedEx, of course. They expect holiday sales to grow at a slower pace this year as Bidenomics, or inflation, eats into the average household budget. A report from Challenger Gray and Christmas recently showed that weaker spending and increased labor costs would result in retailers hiring the lowest number of seasonal workers this year since 2008. And if you recall, 2008 was the year we were ultimately heading into the big recession. So difficult times. That's not the best of numbers, is it? All right, what's on your mind at 844-844-3388? Well, back to electric vehicles, at least momentarily, because I had this before me a bit ago. I shared this story about a week ago, where, remember, the Energy Secretary went on this this little tour, publicity stunt trip is what they're now calling it, trying to highlight the electric vehicles. Of course, during that event, ultimately, police were called after a Energy Department staffer who was desperate to reserve a charging plug for the Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, blocked the charging station with a gas-powered vehicle and prevented the regular American people from accessing it. The story was Granholm and some of her staffers set on what was going to be a 4-day electric vehicle road trip through the Southeast over the summer, touting the Biden regime's commitment to funding electric vehicles that virtually no one seems to want or can afford at this point. But now Republicans on the Oversight and Accountability Committee are actually probing Granholm over the trip and the call to police. In a letter from the Oversight Chairman, the incident is described as a stunt intended to draw attention to the billions of dollars that the White House is pouring into their green energy and clean cars. The letter in part says, we're alarmed by recent reports of your 4-day summer electric vehicle road trip, apparently intended to showcase the progress in achieving a radical green agenda. Using an internal combustion engine vehicle, your Department of Energy staff blocked off electric vehicle-only charging stations so you could stay on schedule
which was painstakingly mapped out ahead of time because of limited, slow, and non-working electric vehicle chargers along your route. In the sweltering Georgia heat, your staff's action caused a family with an infant child a low charge on their electric vehicle battery to call police out of urgency, waiting at this charging station that you ultimately blamed your staff for poor judgment, while testifying about preventing other electric vehicles from charging. This taxpayer-funded publicity stunt illustrates yet again how out of touch your administration is with the consequences of policies that you have unleashed on the everyday Americans. We remain committed to preserving freedoms like vehicle consumer choice in the face of an unproven, burdensome, and expansive Biden administration push to force all Americans to buy electric vehicles. So it's just like day after day, another negativity toward this push to electric vehicles. But all right, we'll close it out there for hour number 2. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 as we roll into midweek, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. In a bid to avert a government shutdown by Saturday, lawmakers in the Democrat-controlled Senate released a clean, continuing resolution on Tuesday that would keep the government funded through November 17th. The continuing resolution cleared a key procedural hurdle in the upper chamber in a vote of 77-19 Tuesday afternoon, ending the debate on the measure and allowing it to proceed to a final vote. A growing number of prominent Democrats are calling for New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez to resign following his federal bribery charges. Senator Cory Booker, along with Senators Tammy Baldwin, John Tester, and Bob Casey, and Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey, have joined the chorus, emphasizing the higher standard expected of public officials. Attorney General Merrick Garland assured families who've lost loved ones to the fentanyl epidemic that the Justice Department is dedicated to stopping it.
Agents and prosecutors across the Justice Department and across the country are working tirelessly to prosecute those who flood our communities with deadly drugs.
Speaking at DEA headquarters, he outlined efforts to target cartels in Mexico and suppliers of precursor chemicals in China. A judge has ruled that Donald Trump committed years of fraud while building his real estate empire. In a civil lawsuit brought by New York's Attorney General, the judge found that Trump and his company deceived banks, insurers, and others by overvaluing assets and inflating net worth on paperwork for deals and financing. This decision, just before Attorney General Letitia James's trial, severely challenges Trump's image as a wealthy and savvy real estate mogul turned political figurehead. And 17 states, including New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, have partnered with the FTC in an antitrust case against Amazon. The suit contends that the e-commerce and tech giant acts as a monopolistic force, impeding rivals and sellers from reducing prices, stifling innovation, and overcharging sellers. Essentially, it asserts that Amazon hampers fair competition. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
The U.S. Secret Service says 2 people have been arrested near the White House after ammunition was spotted in plain view inside a vehicle.
The incident happening last night along G Street between 14th and 15th Streets. U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officers were on a routine patrol and checked out a parked vehicle with ammunition in plain view. When the occupants returned, 2 individuals were questioned, searched, and taken into custody without incident on weapons charges. They have not been publicly identified. I'm Corey Myers.
UPS is set to bring on board over 100,000 seasonal workers for the approaching holiday season. The company's job portal advertises full and part-time roles, now offering a higher pay rate of $23 per hour. These positions are open nationwide, as stated by UPS in an official announcement. Visit jobs-ups.com for more info. 2 tickets to Ford's Theater on the fateful night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination have sold for more than face value. R&R Auction managed to sell this pair of front-row balcony tickets for over $250,000. These tickets, dated April 14, 1865, hold significant historical value. They correspond to Section D, seats 41 and 42, which place them directly across from Lincoln's balcony seats. And some good news for TV fans. The Hollywood writers' strike is nearing its end, and your beloved shows might return soon. In fact, some producers are aiming to resume business as early as this week. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, back at it here. Midweek coming on as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone, where we shall hear, in short order, from Senor Heatwave. Looks like he's heading toward Idaho tonight. Okay. Let's see, as we kick things off this hour, would you be surprised? I'm not surprised. I'd fully concur. In an exclusive poll conducted for the DailyMail.com, Kamala Harris emerges as the vice president with the lowest approval rating in decades. Surprise, surprise. 40% of respondents rated Kamala Harris worse than Mike Pence, Dick Cheney, making her the survey's least favored recent vice president. As calls for a 2024 running mate grow, nearly half of 1,000 respondents urged Joe Biden to explore a different vice presidential choice, including 27% of Democrats and 25% of black respondents. In the eyes of the voters, if there's anyone more incompetent than Joe Biden, it is the vice president. James Johnson, co-founder of polling for JL Partners. Yeah, frankly, this is one of the most brutal word clouds we've ever run. From incompetent to worthless, the public has written off Kamala Harris. And there does not appear to be any way to improve her standing with him. It's not just Republicans who think that, he says. Sentiments are the same amongst independents. And 1 in 4 black voters want Biden to choose someone else, as do a majority of 18 to 29-year-olds. Biden's re-election platform already under big-time strain, concerns about his age. Kamala Harris is pushing it to the breaking point. When tasked with selecting a single word, just one word, to encapsulate your assessment of the sitting vice president, survey respondents overwhelmingly chose the word incompetent, eclipsing more favorable descriptions like smart or strong by a considerable margin. Although Republican bias could have impacted the results, even self-identified independents showed very little positivity. The poll found terms like dumb, joke, unqualified, even robot outweighed positive descriptions like strong or cool. She's cool. All right, next year's election will be a stark choice between Biden and Vice President Harris, who wants to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, protect a woman's right to choose, lower child care and prescription drug costs, and protect Social Security and Medicare. All right. Low favorability, internal tension, and shifting roles have marked Kamala's vice presidency. Of course, her initial task was addressing the immigration issues. That's pretty much unresolved. Of course, now what was the latest gig? She's going to be in charge of tackling gun violence in America. Okay. Hurrah, hurrah. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Listen, man, this ain't nothing but the news media, right? Putting this out, attacking cackles. Is nothing more than them getting ready to throw Biden overboard. That's all it is. For them to put this kind of stuff out. You follow me? Or are you with me? Hey, these electric cars, man. Here's the bottom line, Steve. China has a monopoly on all the raw earth material, so to speak, that it takes to produce these batteries. Steve, I thought it was 65% of the cobalt they got and 72% of all the lithium produced in this world comes from China.
Mm-hmm.
So this ain't nothing but let's get China rich scheme. Why are we doing that? I also heard this, Steve. If say Mr. Summers hit the lottery for $2 quadrillion and decided he wanted to starting mining lithium, so you made that decision today, by the time you would stick the first shovel in the ground, it would take 15 years.
Wow.
To get past all the government red tape regulations. They don't want lithium being mined here in the United States. We don't have that much of it to begin with. So, Steve, that's the bottom line here. That's what's going on here. Why would we push this so hard, knowing that these batteries are going to be produced in China? So let's give all our money to China, let them build up their war machine. And at the same time, turn the spigot off to all the oil that we got in the ground here. Deliberate attacks against our country. Hey, I don't know when Q-Ball was talking about, got to cool these things down, reminded me, man, when I used to go up, when we had the helicopters, used to go up in them things. As soon as we landed, we had to sit there for several minutes, let that thing wind down, just for the exact reason he was talking about.
Really? The
I don't know. Just brought that to mind. Hey, did you hear this? 2 weeks after the big guy announced he was running for president, did you hear this, Steve? That he received $150,000 deposit into one of his checking accounts, or one of his accounts, I should say, that had his Delaware address attached to that account.
That is correct. Yep, that was just
From
unveiled
China.
yesterday. Yep.
Steve, listen, man. More and more is coming out, and they're going to throw him overboard. It's just when. Another thing I heard is subpoena. Remember that subpoena we were talking about that Matt Gaetz gave McCarthy?
Mm-hmm.
He still haven't served it, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Still hadn't signed it, huh?
Still haven't decided to send it over to Hunter. Word has it he might be working with the Democrats, waiting for their okie dokie or the Democrats' signal from Chuck Schumer. Okay, we're ready to dump him. Go forward with your impeachment. Steve, the reason I didn't call in last night is I was listening to you, plus I was watching a show I usually watch on cable. It's a 2-hour special. Ancient Aliens.
Okay.
You ever watched it?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've
Pretty
actually
popular.
seen a full episode of it, but yeah.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, man, I've been hooked on that show. I've been watching it for, I don't know how long it's been out, maybe 10 years. Very interesting stuff. What caught my attention last night, they were talking about transhumanism. Steve, they got some stuff that was blowing my mind. And, I'm hearing a little bit about this stuff, about the New World Order, World Health, not the World Health, the World Economic Forum, some of these high elites talking about immortality. what they want. Steve, they were talking in this show about this like silicone substance that this dude invented. You mix it with some other kind of substance, and it reproduces cells. Steve, this was crazy. They were talking about using it for like transplant applications. Literally being able to grow like human organs with this stuff. You need a liver transplant? Yeah, we'll just make you one right up. This was crazy stuff, and they were saying that this is not... You can literally put this stuff in like a 3D printer. Comes out wet silicone, then it hardens, so to speak, like silicone would. But it has the ability to act like human cells.
Wow.
They said also that, man, I'm when it comes to computer talk, man, Steve, I'm not hip, man. I'm old school here, but they were talking about this computer that can scan your brain. We've all seen these videos where they can hook these diodes up to your brain, right?
Right.
And you can actually like manipulate an arm, a prosthetic arm or something, right? We've seen where people could communicate using brain waves. Here's what blew me away, Steve. They were talking about this type of computer, this AI, I guess, computer that is able to scan a brain and download your thoughts and memories. That can be used in a brain transplant to transfer all that data into another human/robot, whatever you want to call it, half human, half robot. Very interesting stuff. Check it out.
It
is on the History Channel,
that is
Discovery Channel.
Straight out of science fiction. I mean, there have been numerous Hollywood films about downloading brain and downloading Dreamscape was one, wasn't it? Where actually going into the dreams.
Yes. And I mean, I've heard about all this crazy stuff where the CIA agents, what do they call this, teleportation? There's take on another term for it. Thought projection type stuff. I can't remember the exact terminology for it. Where you can project yourself and put yourself in another room all the way on the other side of the world. And that, these CIA operatives back in the 50s and 60s, were using it against Russia, trying to get in their meetings and stuff. I mean, just picture that, man, where, you got our president in the war room there having a powwow with all the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And you got like a little fly on the wall, somebody listening in to your brainwaves. Crazy stuff. But man, they talk about in the Bible, Steve, that in the past, thousands of years ago, they were talking about immortality. Maybe Rambler can enlighten us about some of the wells, people that wanted to travel miles and hundreds of miles on foot to find these wells that had, you drink the water from this well, you'll live forever.
Right. The fountain of youth.
Did Moses live for 600 years? Was it Moses?
I don't know how many
people used to live.
Moses lived. Methuselah. You remember how many years did Methuselah live? You're as old as Methuselah.
Crazy stuff like this, you know. And it just reminds me, Steve, watching these videos coming out of the World Economic Forum, that Klaus Schwab, some of the stuff he says, man, is matching up with this new technology. This is where they're heading. And I don't know about it. I mean, I guess, you have a heart attack. And listen, my brother-in-law just 2 weeks ago, been in the ICU unit, just got out a couple days ago. And they were talking about he might need a heart transplant. So, I mean, technology, but I mean, are we going to get to the point where that's their goal, is to become immortal, where, you can literally take your brain, download it into something else that will last forever? I don't know if I'd want to live forever.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just don't know if I want to go there, man. I mean, you got a lot of religious people that's not even into these transplants, They believe when God calls you, it's your time. They don't believe in all these, I guess it's a fine line. You got these war vets that come back, man. I've seen, Steve, some of these videos, man, these war veterans, the technology we got now. Both arms, both legs blown off. And they are able to, attach these prosthetics to them now, where they're up and walking. And I mean, it's just amazing. But I don't know about some of this crazy stuff they're talking about with the brain, man. That's just off crazy chart stuff, man.
Well, we know Elon Musk's been working on it's like the brain interface. He's been working on that for a long. Isn't that's what ultimately Stephen Hawking was communicating with, wasn't it?
Yes. Supposedly this has been around a little while, and they're really starting to tweak this stuff up. Talking about using it for space travel and stuff too. That's one way a human can get around from all the forces, how they were talking. Did you hear this too? I've seen this where the government's getting ready to come out and say, hey man, aliens exist.
Yes. I've got that. I think that's a piece of legislation. I had that story right here. Government, Senate bill, let's see, new legislation that the Senate passed, an amendment in July that would be part of the National Defense Authorization Act for 24, known as the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Disclosure Act. It says government agencies with records, samples of craft, or biological material must hand it over within 300 days. You just don't know what to think, Steve. It just boggles the mind. Yep.
Bongino brought up a good point. Are they using this to divert our attention from something else that might be coming out? Maybe from all the Biden stuff, Hey, look, aliens really exist. I mean, what's going to be the talk of the town?
Right. Who cares about anything else?
If you believe it, if they're even telling us the truth, that's the problem. You can't trust these people. Crazy stuff. All right, man, I took enough of your time. I do appreciate it. Back to work tomorrow.
Okay. So
everybody hammer down. Yeah.
Happy Sunday. Back on the road. All right. Okay. I got a couple minutes before we hit news updates. So I'll tell you what, a couple of things he brought up there. One of it's all gradually coming out here, right? We now see that James Comer announced that President Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware, was listed as the beneficiary address for 2 bank wires, payments to his son from China. One of the Chinese nationals was Jonathan Lee, who developed a business relationship with Hunter while Joe was vice president. The new information just 2 days before the first hearing on the Biden impeachment inquiry. Lawmakers are looking into the elder Biden's alleged role in various questionable business activities, thought to enrich Hunter, Joe, and other members of the Biden family. The committee said they had subpoenaed and obtained bank wire transcripts that show Hunter received a $10,000 wire from Chinese national Wang Xin, July 26 of 2019, a $250,000 wire from Li and Tang Ling, August 2 of 2019. Both wires originated in Beijing. Joe Biden's Wilmington home was listed as the beneficiary address for both wires. Comer said bank records don't lie, but Joe Biden does. Joe told Americans his family never received money from China. We've already proved that to be a lie earlier this year, and we now know that 2 wires originating from Beijing listed Joe's home address as the beneficiary address when he was running for president of the United States. When Joe was vice president, he spoke on the phone, had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing. Latter wrote a college letter of recommendation for his children. Lee is CEO of BHR Partners, an equity investment firm. The committee claims Joe, as vice president under Obama, traveled to China with his son aboard Air Force Two to meet Lee. Okay, news break time.
USA News Update. The federal probe into President Biden's handling of classified documents before taking office now extends to an examination of Obama-era security measures and White House procedures. Investigators led by Special Counsel Robert Hur have interviewed numerous witnesses, including Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, over the course of 9 months. They've questioned a wide range of former aides, from high-level advisors to executive assistants, and even one White House attorney. Sources present during the interviews suggest instances of carelessness during Biden's vice presidency have been uncovered. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket line in Michigan, demonstrating his unwavering support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their rightful claim to a substantial pay raise.
Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audion hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, just lest I forget, let me give you a heads up. About midway through our Wednesday morning edition, I'm here this morning. I will not be here for your Thursday morning edition. I'll be back for our Friday edition. I just took the doctor's advice. I've been going in later. I mentioned last week I'm going to be a Triple Crown winner today. Dentist said expect to spend about 3 hours in the chair. I do not like dental work. Said somebody's going to have to pick me up to bring me home, which I guess means they're going to gas me. I've never done the gas thing, so hopefully all goes well. But yeah, they said when I get home, I'm going to take 2 Tylenol, take 2 acetaminophen, go to bed. They said, you're not going to feel like doing much. I hate dental work. I really don't want to have it done, but you got to do what you got to do, as they say. So yeah, just keep that in mind. They got a pre-recorded, I'm not sure what episode they're going to run tomorrow night. Typically, they throw in something like maybe the Mid-America Truck Show, one of our editions there, something like that. So, but I'll be back Friday morning to kick off the weekend. Senor Heatwave on the road again, huh?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Senor. Good morning, y'all on the radio. Yeah, we're just south of Roswell. Get to see the other illegal aliens, call them space critters. Oh, Lordy, I tell you what, if it weren't for that spaceship coming down and wrecking, I don't think Roswell would be as infamous as what it is now, you know? I mean, everywhere you go in Roswell, driving up and down Main Street, you get these concrete statues that are all nice and green, space critters where they're all silver looking up at the stars in the sky. Yeah, I tell you what, it's something else. Oh Lordy, yeah, this is the first actual trip. I mean, I went out one time before, but we bobtailed back. But this time around, yeah, we're actually going to be carrying the goods, so to speak.
Oh boy.
So, yep. But confidentially, if a job opened up in Albuquerque, my shadow would have a hard time trying to keep up with me, okay? But don't tell nobody. So, anyways, yeah, it's a little bit of a travel coming down here doing this, but they do compensate us somewhat for fuel, which is nice. So, but yeah, I've been harvesting my squash, and I tell you what, I got so much of that is coming out of every orifice in my body. I'm done. I'm just sick of it. Until next year, when I say, boy, it sure be nice to have some squash around the house. So, anyways, I've done given 2 bags of squash, and them bags are about 20 pounds each, so they got a variety of squash. So, yeah, I was listening on I was reading somewhere, I guess CDL Life, that I guess they're talking about limiters and the speed. What was the maximum speed that they were going to allow these limiters to be? Was it 68, or did they hedge on that and try to say, no, we're going to do it 65?
They published something. They earlier this week, like 2 days ago, I supposedly, like, inadvertently posted it was going to be a maximum speed of 68, and then, like, yesterday, took that back and said that was a mistake. We have not yet made a determination what the top speed is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's going to be for all trucks, Class A trucks, right?
You're
Class
correct.
8?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I tell you what, folks like Monkey Gouger and Grout, yeah. I mean, those guys, Grump, there you go, not Grouch, Grump. Sorry, Grump. I mean, they are going to be very upset because, they put their own money into that truck, their own business. And, if you can run the speed limit, you run the speed limit. I mean, have they not figured out that if you have a split speed limit, that you're going to have more accidents? Apparently the answer is no. They haven't figured that out yet. Well, I don't like to see someone going out there spending money on a piece of equipment that they use for the pleasure and the money making for their life, being clamped down by bureaucracy, and to say it in the name of making the highway safer. Well, it's just like these gun laws they got, like that jackass in charge over here in New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham. Well, I'll tell you what, she's getting uglier by the day. But, they're trying to say, well, it's a health issue. Well, yeah, I guess it is if you use it improperly, for the wrong purpose. But, when she was trying to ban the Second Amendment in Bernalillo County, which is Albuquerque, who does that benefit besides the criminals?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a shame that people are getting killed. It's a shame that children are victims of these incidences. It really is. But to penalize the law-abiding citizens is not the way to do it. The police do their job. They go out there and they arrest these individuals. The judges can only go by what their I don't know what to call it, but they can only hand out what the politicians have said. This is going to be the punishment for X amount you can only do X amount of time for this particular charge and punishment, if found guilty. Well, instead of giving these guys, the free ride to go out and commit more crime, let's tell these politicians we need to start putting teeth into these laws. I mean, we've done spared the rod on so many people's butts that we have done spoiled the people to where they think they can go ahead and just run this world. And we need to have order in society and tell these nuts that, hey, you break the law, you need to pay for it. You need to do the time. If you're going to do the crime, do the time. So.
But the criminals know. Know they get out. They'll be out on, be back on the street in 24, 48 hours in most cases. Did I hear correctly that after the judge ordered that, she was beyond her bounds, it was unconstitutional to say nobody can open or conceal carry in those 2 counties, whatever it was. She changed it to where it's going to be playgrounds and parks, places like that where you cannot open or conceal carry, which to me, that just sends a message to the criminal elements. If somebody crazy wants to go out there and start shooting people, they know no one is going to be able to fight back in a park or a playground. Did I hear that correct?
I believe you did.
Wow.
I've been trying to put my head in the sand, so to speak, when it comes to the New Mexico politics, but yeah, I believe that's right. I mean, they're just saying it's like putting a no-gun zone in front of a business.
And that's where the bad guys target. Yep.
Yep, sure enough. And I think what Pappy was talking about, I believe what he was talking about was called remote viewing. So, Pappy, if you're still out there, if that's what you were talking about, give me a heads up. So, but I think it was remote viewing.
I think that's
where
it.
They would,
that kind of rings a bell. There was there was a movie about that. Hey, one last thing, Heatwave. Do you know anybody that works at Los Alamos National Labs?
Well, not personally, no. Not yet, anyways.
Just curious.
Maybe security guards here in the near future.
I just had a story where they've hired like 3,300 workers in the past 2 years, and Los Alamos Lab has now 17,270 employees. That's incredible.
Well, my understanding is they are going to start ramping up, rebuilding our stockpile. I guess with the age of the weapons that we have now that are produced at Los Alamos.
Correct.
I think they're going to tear them down and build up new ones. So, I believe that's what's happening there with those people. But yeah, that's a lot of people.
It's a lot of.
That's bigger than most towns around in this country, especially most towns around here in New Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And more than half of them, supposedly, the story said, famed for the top secret Manhattan Project. Los Alamos is set to play host to the most ambitious nuclear weapons effort since the end of World War II. They've hired approximately 3,300 workers over the past 2 years in efforts to produce plutonium cores, key component of nuclear weapons, which now means the workforce at Los Alamos has now exceeded 17,270. More than half of them actually commute to work from other locales in northern New Mexico. The small community of Los Alamos nearly doubles during the work week when all those labs employees are on the job. Yeah, through various advancements in technology, changing the way work is done within the walls of Los Alamos National Lab, there are fundamental elements that have remained the same since World War II, like the secrecy
and the sense of national duty. James Owen, the Associate Director for Weapons Engineering, has worked in the weapons program for more than 25 years. And he said, what we do is meaningful. This is not a job, it's a vocation. And there's a sense of contribution that comes with that. But the downside is we can't tell people about all the cool things we do here. Still a lot of secrets. Los Alamos National, but small town that nearly doubles in size when everybody's on the job there. All right, we'll return in 2 here on a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Hillbilly Tex. We chimed in about an hour ago. Hillbilly Tex cracking the whip, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big I-75. All right. Hello to the Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio. Looks like some rains are coming. Everybody be safe out there. And good morning to the gang. It's time for a nap. Hello, Billy Lennox. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Hump Day. Hope you have a great day. We're at 61 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Hello, John. John says, Steve, and Stevettes, Godspeed to you and your followers. God save the country. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, kind of a slow load this morning. We'll be rolling out of here maybe an hour or so, and it's off to L.A. Yay. Kentucky Ken will be listening in. Safe travels, everybody. Yes, John, L.A. He is talking about Los Angeles. He's on his West Coast leg of this tour, so I believe departing Phoenix this morning, on to L.A., Los Angeles, and then I think the next stop was San Francisco, correct? San Fran. Yeah, I gave him that advice last night. Be careful about stepping into crap in the streets, you know. What do you say, 5-7?
Oh, man, whatever you do, do not do the gas. I mean, take the pain, have them do the work, and tough it out. I'm telling you, any pain or devastation will not meet the devastation that could come later, or have your son take you to the dentist, because you'll be riding along in the automobile on the way home, and that beautiful wife of yours turn and look at you and say, have you ever thought about knowing my sister in the Bible way?
Uh-oh.
You're going to tell her the truth. No. How about that girl that lays out in the backyard all summer long? While you're at home there in your robe and your shorts, smoking your cigarette, having your Miller Lite, on the back porch. Have you ever? You know what I'm saying, son? No, don't do the gas, man. Don't do the gas. It's a trap. I thought you was going to ask Heatwave about that nuclear type explosion up in Indiana, seeing if he had accidentally backed into anything. So
yeah, right.
It's good to hear nuclear heat wave. Good to hear the nuclear heat wave out here again tonight. Question. All right, why I call McCarthy? McCarthy's cussing now and saying bring it on. Challenging him. Look at it. Last May, he negotiated this bill last May. I mean, that didn't give Marjorie Taylor Greene or the rest of them, Matt Gaetz, it didn't give them any time to get in there and help, put their 2 cents in this thing. So I hope they do. Defund the DOJ. Defund them. I mean, totally. Hey, no. Last night you said they're going to pay that nitwit $1. You should make him pay that $1 to the United States government for rent for an office, and don't even give him the office he's in. Bar him out of there. I'm telling you. No, you got the power. Use the power. I mean, McCarthy is a rhino. He's a backstabbing rhino. He voted the omnibus bill in, giving the Democrats everything before the Republicans was able to take over the House. So is it any surprise he's giving them everything now? So they're trying to water down what the American people put these people in the office for. So, and then one final thing, if you don't mind me jumping to several different topics. Donald Trump, all right, a New York judge. Oh, surprise! In New York, a place where they couldn't convict Donald Trump on rape because what? They didn't know the hour, the month, the hour, the day, the year that this woman claims that she was raped by Donald Trump. But at the same time, that same jury did what? A couple $100,000 in fines for sexual harassment, even though they didn't know the year, the month, or the date that this supposedly happened. So when you talk about, I'm running alongside of Amtrak here. All right, what is the value of real estate? I mean, is it not whatever you claim it is? My building is worth this much. I mean, if you want to buy my building, it's worth that much, and I ain't going to sell it for anything less. I mean, real estate is basically, if you want it bad enough, you pay for it. But there you go. The family even in this, with this judge is saying, and so-called flated up prices or whatever, they just testified that the Trump family has a product to sell. And when they're overseas, they're selling a product. Unlike Joe Biden's family, who clearly has been selling influence. And somebody's name that never seems to come up in this thing, who was the president at the time, and who was the president at the time, Barack Obama, and what influence did he have on Barack Obama and to get this money? So there's all kinds of questions there. And don't do the gas. Take the pain, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Stand up. Or have
my.
your son take it.
I never heard that is it really like, I mean, isn't it like nitrous oxide, right? I mean, it's not like a truth serum, is it?
Oh, you You see them all the time. They've got kids or teenagers sitting next to them. They got gauze in their mouth where they're coming back off the gas. Yeah, they ask them all kinds of questions. Really.
Okay.
All right, buddy. I pray for your survival. Have your son take you. You just tell your wife, no, I would not put you through this. I'm not going to. Lord have mercy.
So, in other words, if I'm not back on Friday morning, I may actually be, rather than in the dental office, I may actually be in the hospital because the wife tried to bump me off. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I know that, my wife is, I don't like dental procedures. I don't like needles. I'm not nearly as phobic about it as my wife is. Pretty much all her life. When I had first met her, her dentist at the time would prescribe her a Valium, and I think it was a Valium and something else to relax her before she came into the office because she's so paranoid. I'm not that bad, but I don't like dental procedures. It ain't no fun. But she every time she has dental work done, she does the gas thing. For damn near anything. Yeah, not just a root canal, but even regular old dental stuff. She wants some of the gas. All right, so we'll find out, right? Fun. But 3 hours in the chair. Are they going to let me get up and do smoke breaks? No, I doubt it. Okay, let's get a time out here as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. President Biden has reportedly increased his use of physical therapy and opted for tennis shoes to prevent any slips or falls on camera. According to Axios, Biden began balance exercises with a physical therapist as early as November 2021. The report highlights concerns with Biden's campaign team about the impact of visual stumbles on his electability, given his age of 80. Polls indicate that a majority of both Republican and Democrat voters believe Biden is too old for the office. Attorney General Merrick Garland assured families who lost loved ones to the fentanyl epidemic that the Justice Department is dedicated to stopping it.
Agents and prosecutors across the Justice Department and across the country are working tirelessly to prosecute those who flood our communities with deadly drugs.
Speaking of DEA headquarters, he outlined efforts to target cartels in Mexico and suppliers of precursor chemicals in China. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket lines in Michigan today, demonstrating his unwavering support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their rightful claim to a substantial pay increase, especially in light of the staggering profits reported by automakers such as Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. And if you're looking for work, look to UPS.
UPS is set to bring on board over 100,000 seasonal workers for the approaching holiday season. The company's job portal advertises full and part-time jobs, now offering a higher pay rate of $23 per hour. The positions are open nationwide, as stated by UPS in an official announcement. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
The Virgin Islands, where Jeffrey Epstein had an estate, sued J.P. Morgan last year, saying its investigation has revealed that the financial services giant enabled Epstein's recruiters to pay victims and was indispensable to the operation and concealment of the Epstein trafficking enterprise. This Tuesday, J.P. Morgan agreed to pay $75 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands to settle those claims. J.P. Morgan said that $55 million of the settlement will go toward local charities and assistance for victims, while the other $20 million will go toward legal fees. The U.S. Secret Service says 2 people have been arrested near the White House after ammunition was spotted in plain view inside a vehicle.
The incident happening last night along G Street between 14th and 15th Streets. U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officers were on a routine patrol and checked out a parked vehicle with ammunition in plain view. When the occupants returned, 2 individuals were questioned, searched, and taken into custody without incident on weapons charges. They have not been publicly identified. I'm Corey Myers.
Some good news for TV fans. The Hollywood writers' strike is nearing its end, and your beloved shows might return soon. According to Variety magazine, late-night talk shows could be back on the air by either the week of October 2nd or October 9th. In fact, some producers are aiming to resume business as early as this week. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we're all on the same page now. 27th of September, Hump Day. Hey, we haven't heard from Mike. Hope Horse Feathers is okay. I don't know if he was taking some vacation time. He hasn't checked in all week, has he? We're already into midweek. Meanwhile, Pappy was talking about this piece of lead. It hasn't, I guess, completely passed yet. But the Senate did pass an amendment back in July that will be a part of the National Defense Authorization Act for 2024, which the government could be forced to disclose if aliens have visited the Earth. Step number 1, the president forms a review board. All right, you've got, Chuck Schumer and Senator Mike Rounds leading the effort to force the disclosure of information relating to what government officials officially calls unidentified anomalous phenomena. We used to call it UFOs. I don't know why the technical change in designation. All right, the president is tasked with nominating 9 individuals to be on the review board. That has to be completed within 90 days of the enactment of the act. Recommendations will come from leaders of the Senate, the House, Secretary of Defense, the UAP Disclosure Foundation, the American Historical Associate, and the National Academy of Sciences. These individuals may not have any previous or current involvement with any legacy program or controlling authority related to the collection. Now, the Act defines legacy program as all federal, state, and local government, commercial industry, academic, and private sector endeavors to collect, exploit, or reverse engineer technologies of unknown origin, or examine biotechnological evidence of living or deceased non-human intelligence that predates the Act's enactment. President also has the last say on whether specific evidence should be disclosed, which I'm thinking that means we're probably not going to learn anything anyway. The document continues to explain that the president can postpone disclosure of certain records if they are identified as harm to the military defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or conduct of foreign relations. The president would also be tasked with making nominations to the review board no later than 90 days after enactment. Step number 2, then, governments must hand over UAP records. Government offices would have 300 days after the date of enactment to hand over records to the review board. These offices include the President, Department of Defense, all military branches, the Department of Energy, the Director of National Intelligence, as well as the Library of Congress and more. The document also names the Manhattan Project, which produced the first nuclear bomb. However, these agencies all retain ownership of the UAP records.
which they will preserve and secure. Head of each office is required to print a copy of each physical record and create a digital copy that would be sent to the review board. The federal government would have eminent domain over any recovered technologies of unknown origin, and that provide individuals or entities may control any biological evidence of non-human intelligence. Okay. Flying disc, flying saucers, unidentified aerial phenomena, UFOs, unidentified submerged objects, which are USOs, underwater stuff. I don't know, cue the Twilight Zone, but really, I mean, when all's said and done, based on that, it sounds like if there are these secret agencies in existence today, which some say that there are, we've had testimony on Capitol Hill about that. Yeah, there's a reason they keep most of this stuff secret, correct? And surely, of all that criteria laid out, they'll come back and say, "Yeah, we can't divulge that." Nope, can't divulge that information. That would be detrimental to national security, right? See what's going on with Philip here on a Wednesday morning. What's happening?
I'm just recovering from the storms from last night. We had pretty good storms run through, and we've had a pretty rough night there. We had tornado warning when I got woke up with last night. So other than that, we're doing all right. Hump day.
Yeah.
How you doing today, buddy?
Hanging with them.
Hey, Steve. What year was Roswell?
Was it 40-something?
Now, think about the technology that has evolved from that time period to now. So, look at our computers we have today and the chip technology that we have in them, our vehicles. Look at our cell phone. What we got in a cell phone, what we can hold in our hand with a cell phone, is the same amount of technology that they used to launch the Apollo rocket that took up 5-6 rooms back in the day. So, makes you want to go, I wonder where they got all that technology from quickly.
I know. I've heard many suggest that we have taken technology that reverse engineered, right? Is that what you're talking about? Reverse engineering some of this stuff we've come across?
Yes, reverse engineering. Yes, reverse engineering. Look at it this way. If the Russians could reverse engineer one of our B-29 bombers back in the day, and they did it really quick, we could do the same thing with electronics. It's all about following electricity and whatnot.
Yeah.
I heard you talking earlier about not Roswell, but Los Alamos.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking about plutonium technology, Steve. Look at it this way. If you take your hand and you cup your hand, and you look in your hand, what you could hold in your hand, that would be Hiroshima. Okay, and we know what Hiroshima is. That's World War II with the bomb there. Okay, if you look at what plutonium technology is and you make an OK sign, like you're not supposed to make that sign anymore with our hand.
Right.
And you've got that circle in between your fingers. That circle in between your fingers is plutonium technology. So you're looking at less material, more bang. Does that make any sense? It's like the difference between dynamite and TNT. And plutonium, the reason why they're really looking at plutonium is because some of the other metals in the world are not available. You know what I mean, Steve? Look who controls the precious metals in the world.
Sure.
China does, right?
Absolutely.
And that's the thing. And also, you're talking about Elon Musk and this, he's making it to, he wants to take the brain and take, where you make decisions, and instead of using your hands, your brain makes the decision, and the machine does all the work. Well, that's nice and fun, but that's also a variation of that AI, When you start working that into the technology, for autonomous vehicles, the human brain can't think fast enough to make decisions for rockets and space flight and stuff like that. A lot of people don't understand it. The human brain just can't make those kind of calculations that quickly. And that's why they want to do that. In those Tesla cars, they can set the autonomous stuff to where it's figuring out scenarios 50 times faster than what a human brain can when they're in traffic. So scary stuff. Where you mentioned something about 68 miles on a speed limiter, Steve, earlier?
Yes, sir. That's what, like day before yesterday, the FMCSA published an update that had that 68 mile per hour top speed listed, and then they redacted it yesterday.
Well, have you ever been through the big cities and, they have the local lanes and then they have the lanes that trucks are not supposed to go into? Because that's what's going to eventually happen with our roads. When you got a truck running 68 miles an hour and that's all it'll do and it can't pass nobody, you're going to have to set up a lane for a truck and you get into the big cities, and I don't get it. You need enough power to get around a vehicle and then slow back down to the speed limit just a little bit. And that's what they're not figuring into the equation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When you get on the big interstates and you got a 70 mile an hour speed limit and your truck only runs 68 miles an hour, what's wrong with that equation? You know what I mean? If you're going to set a high speed limit on a vehicle, I don't care if it's a car or a truck, you need to make it to where if somebody gains up on somebody, they have the advantage to go around them, and they're not doing that. And I think that's one of the biggest arguments with the speed limiters and setting the 65 speed limit they got most on the company trucks nowadays. I'm running 60 miles an hour right now. Now, I'm doing that for choice because I'm trying to save fuel. Okay? With trucks, but my vehicle, I could actually go faster than that to get around somebody if I do come up on somebody that's going slower than me. So I think the FMCA, they need to figure out, hey, what happens when you come up on somebody and you're going faster than they are and you have to get around them and you still have to have speed to carry around them. Nobody figured that equation out. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time and take it easy, and I hope you work out with your dental work. So we'll catch you later.
I'm so looking forward to that, right? Not. All right. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, it looks like they have off and on showers and storms the last couple of days down there, and they've got this frontal system that's just stalled out right across northern Florida, and every little disturbance that moves through bring it up more. It's going to be the trend for a few days. And really just kind of waiting to see if we will see a possible low pressure develop that could even become tropical, kind of like Ophelia did about a week ago. All right, we've cleared things out at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I saw some of the headlines about what appeared to be a mushroom cloud over Oklahoma over the weekend. It was a natural phenomenon. It kind of looked like the aftermath of a nuclear detonation. But it was just Mother Nature. Thanks to clouds brought on by a strong storm. Video. And a lot of folks have, I guess, done like the time-lapse thing. Speeding up the video, which really does almost, it looks like a massive explosion had gone off somewhere. It's apparently a cumulus cloud moving upward through what they call a stratus cloud, giving the illusion of a mushroom right about sunset. Let's see. Several families show the formation stretching across the horizon. You can hear the wind kind of picking up. Forecasters at Weather Nation said the unusual cloud pattern was the same cell that had brought a sizable hailstorm to Seminole County in central Oklahoma on Saturday night. National Weather Service station in the region previously issued a series of severe thunderstorm and even tornado warnings for central Oklahoma. Yeah, they had a busy weekend. Cases of tennis ball to baseball size hail coming down. Now, in their forecast discussion, it said if hailstones in excess of 2 inches had fallen in places on Saturday night and qualified that through the potential for tornadoes had been low, there are a few parameters that point to the possibility of an isolated tornado by Sunday afternoon. National Weather Service in Norman said the prime location for severe development had shifted to the far south of Oklahoma, near the Texas border there. As that storm shifted over Texas, images and video from across the state showed massive hailstones, a lot of property damage. On the same day, Dallas and Fort Worth experienced their warmest September the 24th since 1907. So really, you had the clash of the air masses.
State Representative Carolyn Harris posted several videos of hail pelting the ground, smashing the windows of parked cars. She was parked beneath an overpass on 35, driving past the Kia dealership in Round Rock, north of Austin. She showed a number of windshields cracked, some entirely caved in from the incredibly large hail. One of the storm chasers tweeting about several images of destroyed car windows, said didn't see a single parked car that didn't have a cracked windshield or blown out rear window. Didn't realize they got hammered so hard. They're in Oklahoma and Texas over the weekend. Well, there was something else that happened in Texas over the weekend. The moment over a dozen malfunctioning self-driving cars causing gridlock on a major city street, leaving drivers in Texas furious. This occurred in Austin, Texas, no less. Showed around 20. This is a company called Cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, Cruise-operated Chevrolet Bolts, causing mayhem Saturday night. You can hear one driver shouting, "Are you telling me they have no way to get out of this?" Not a single one of them, man. You hear people yelling in the background. It's not known what caused the traffic jam and why these self-driving cars all got stuck. But a spokesperson for Cruise hinted at pedestrian traffic being the problem. A lot of people out on the sidewalks, crossing streets. I don't know, foot and vehicle traffic was heavy, they say. Our cars are designed first and foremost to prioritize safety, and that includes using caution around pedestrians, according to a spokesperson. Ultimately, we were able to address it, and all vehicles ultimately departed the area autonomously. We apologize for the inconvenience. Apparently had a similar incident earlier last week when a Cruise vehicle abruptly stopped in the middle of an intersection. Yeah, the general manager of Cruise, though, the company believes self-driving cars really are in need. We don't drink and drive. We don't get tired. We follow the rules. Talking about autonomous vehicles versus the human behind the wheel. Right now, there's about 125 autonomous cars operating in Austin, Texas, according to the Transportation and Public Works Department. Sometimes you see them stuck in crosswalks, traffic lights, intersections. Yeah, a lot of people get frustrated, they say. Yeah, the country's tech hub, not the only place suffering from unmanned traffic jams. Yeah, Cruise already had a bad representation in San Francisco, where all kinds of incidents related to their autonomous cars had been taking place. All right, news break time, bottom of the hour.
USA News Update. The federal probe into President Biden's handling of classified documents before taking office now extends to an examination of Obama-era security measures and White House procedures. Investigators led by Special Counsel Robert Hur have interviewed numerous witnesses, including Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, over the course of 9 months. They've questioned a wide range of former aides, from high-level advisors to executive assistants, and even one White House attorney. Sources present during the interviews suggest instances of carelessness during Biden's vice presidency have been uncovered. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket line in Michigan, demonstrating his unwavering support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their rightful claim to a substantial pay raise.
Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audion hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Rick, Columbus, Ohio. He's on board. Still fighting that cold, huh? All right, he said, I just saw the Reds won last night, 11-7. All right. You know, they're a long shot. I think they're still a game and a half out of that final, the wild card slot. Is that correct? So I don't know, only 4 games left? I do believe. Yeah, good to have you with us, though, Rick. Go Reds, right? Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Pappy kind of alluded earlier in his phone call when I shared the latest polling about Kamala Harris, and kind of even alluding to the fact that maybe, is McCarthy waiting to get the green light from the Democrats to proceed with the impeachment thing? I don't know. But at some point, looking to probably throw Biden under the bus. Senator Ted Cruz speculating that Joe will not be chosen as the nominee for 24. He said that distinction will go to none other than Michelle Obama in a last-minute Democrat National Convention decision. Really? Yes, several others, listening friends, have alluded to that. Michelle, anytime she's asked, makes it sound like she has no desire. But Ted said, quote, "I think the odds are very significant that next summer at the Democrat National Convention that the Democrat Party will jettison Joe and throw him off the ticket, and they will parachute in instead Michelle Obama to be their candidate." This was Ted being interviewed by Sean Hannity, apparently. "I think they're going to look to Michelle as the savior to come in. And if that happens," he said, "that would be very, very dangerous." Yeah, every time I see a Democrat or one of their puppets in the press beginning to point out the problems with Joe, every time that happens, the chances are going up and up. Now, when Hannity asked if Michelle even wants to run, Cruz said there are no other candidates that wouldn't alienate certain Democrat voters. Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg. Cruz says if the Democrats pick any of those, you tick off the other three and you risk alienating their supporters. Now, he said, "I think Michelle brings the Obama pedigree. She parachutes in with all this suit of armor of a first lady with high positives and relatively low negatives. And I think they can justify to everyone who gets snubbed, well, look, we went with Michelle Obama instead. I don't know if she wants it, but I do think it would be much more attractive to her coming maybe next summer." In other words, she would only have to campaign a couple of months to the general election rather than spending 2 years out there campaigning vigorously on the ground. It's all speculation. But Ted Cruz kind of chiming in on that. All right, before we get back to the calls here, I would have never guessed when I saw the list. You see all these surveys and whatnot. What's the happiest place to live in America? According to this particular rundown, Reno, Nevada got the dubious distinction of being number one. Happiest place to live in America is a reformative, affordable, modern boomtown. Fair weather, creative outlets around year-round, chosen by some group known as Outside, based on factors including overall well-being, public land, affordability, inclusivity. Oh, boy. Millions of surveys, they say, were scoured to assess the best urban area in the U.S. for well-being before they started looking at house prices, rental prices, general walkability, how accessible things are. So I went on down a bit further in the list, and I was blown away to see that my hometown is actually in the top 5. Let's see, number 5. Just running down the top 5. I think they put the top 15 or 20 out, but Charlottesville, Virginia. The independent city of Charlottesville, much smaller than most of its competitors, but boasted the same balance of work opportunities, scenic getaways. Outside noted that the local University of Virginia has given Charlottesville a vibrant startup culture.
high rates of graduates, low unemployment. At number 4 on the list, that's none other than Cincinnati, Ohio. I was kind of blown away by that. In the late 1800s, Cincinnati was dubbed the Paris of America. Ambitious architectural projects that still line the streets of the center of the city, developed as a river town for shipping. The city remains an industrialized hub with large economy attractive to large employers and a quaint market pavilion for merchants to sell local produce. That's obviously the market there, Findlay Market as it's called. It also remains one of the greenest cities. 88% of residents live 10 minutes from a park. Granted, we do have a lot of parks in this city. And a relatively temperate climate. Yeah, beautiful year-round vistas to be found in the 365 parks and recreational areas. Yeah, of course, a large-scale immigrant community from Germany in the 1840s. Cincinnati has a rich brewing tradition, more than 80 organizations still making local beer, which surely pushed it up as one of the happiest places to live. Now, number 3, I would have never thought. New Orleans? Happiest places to live. 80% of residents in New Orleans live within a 10-minute walk of a park, one of the most attractive for residents that enjoy outdoor spaces. Culturally, many attractions bringing visitors, obviously, the colonial-era French Quarter to St. Charles Avenue, the Magazine Street's row of antique shops, one of the country's most visited cities for its deep, complex history. In 2016, it was also ranked as the best in the U.S. for live music, cocktail hour, and cheap eats. But it was also listed last for safety. See, how does a place where you don't feel safe walking the streets turn out to be in the top 5 happiest places to live? Number 4 was Wilmington, Delaware. And, of course, we mentioned Reno, Nevada. The modern boom town. A lot of open spaces, climbing gyms, summer arts festival. All right, Reno, Nevada, happiest place to live in the whole U.S. of A. I would have never guessed. It is 844-844-3388. Sundance Kid, what's going on?
Man, you live in such a happy place, you'd feel like you'd be in a better mood.
I don't think it's a bad town, but I would have just never guessed it would be in the top 5 happiest places to live.
Yeah, I don't know. My hometown down here in Huntsville, Alabama was number 1 place to live, and I don't know why we didn't even make the top 5. But anyway, so hey, can we change to a different type of pay scale in this country based on percentages of what we produce for our companies and stuff, so we all get a piece of the pie instead of having to go through strikes and stuff, and everybody would have an incentive to be more productive for their employers.
Wouldn't that be called profit sharing? Some companies do the profit sharing, where the employees all get a piece of the pie, right?
Right. Yeah. Wouldn't that be a better way? That way, if GM and them don't do good and they make crappy cars, then everybody suffers.
Yeah.
But when they make really good cars, everybody wins. So I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, if GM's doing their people like that, I'm going to stand in solidarity. If they're making that much money and they're only giving them 5% as the employee cost, is that what I've read and heard? That's the amount of money that they pay their employees per car or per unit? It only costs them 5% labor cost.
That I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's what's been reported several times that I've heard. So 5% really on a car? I think they could double their pay, and they'd be at 10%, and I think they'd be all happy because they double their money from what they're getting, and the company would still make record profits, and hell, some people might buy a car from their people they work for. But yeah, we need to get away from this hourly pay, mileage pay, just percentage pay. You know, everybody gets a piece of the pie when everything goes good, and you all have an incentive to do good. I mean, Publix grocery stores is a fine example of the profit sharing, and they're killing it down here in the South. I don't know if you guys got any up there, but Publix grocery stores, #1 grocery store in America, I think. But they all get a check at the end of the quarter and they're always helpful in that store. If you need to know where something's at, they'll help you out. They know where everything is in that store. If you ask the guy on aisle 3, he'll tell you something on aisle 11. He knows it. I don't know how they know it. But
are they
going? We got to get away from.
Are they going down? Are they going down the line to the self checkout? I mean, more and more. You know, Kroger's is the big up. You know, Kroger's based here. Where I mean, more and more of the self checkout lines. Used to be the self checkout was where, you know, if you had a handful of items, just a few things you check out. Nowadays, they're putting the actual conveyor belt in for you to self checkout if you got a whole cartload of groceries.
Right, and I don't even go there. So. You know, if I got to do all that work, I'm not working there. So, no. As a matter of fact, Publix, what they do is you have at least 5 lines open, and they even have 4 lines of 10 items or less with people working those lines. They might have, I don't even think there might be 1 or 2 self-checkouts, but it's hard to find them. They're not doing that. They're not playing that game. So, and like I said, what's so busy, it's like, every time you go to check out, right, they got a guy bagging your groceries or a girl, and they always like, hey, can I take this out to the car for you? You can go, no, I'm good. I appreciate it, though. Mm-hmm. You go, no, I'll do it. It's like they're trying to escape there.
Right.
And I'm like, you know, blink once if you're okay. You know, I don't know what the deal is, but they always trying to push that buggy out to the car. And I'm like, nah, back up, buddy. I'm good. Get that next person, bag their groceries. I'm good.
Yeah, they're probably
and they don't take tips, and they don't do that.
No, because I was thinking maybe the incentive would be that if you take their card out for you, that you'll maybe flip them $5 for being helpful.
Right? No, they said we can't take tips.
Huh.
And it's like It's like I said, it's like they're trying to escape. Then they need to get outside, and this is their way out. But as far as service and the cleanliness of the store and the quality of the products, I won't shop anywhere else. But yeah, like I said, everybody needs to get a piece of the pie. Everybody open up, and you know, and I got some information for the company I was working for last year. My truck grossed the company $623,000 on 140,000 miles. So, and my percentage of that was supposed to be 70%, which was $436,000, and I only got paid $375. So there's where they messed up, and that's not even counting the fuel surcharge. Lord have mercy! What a racket this trucking thing is. What a scam. And they do it all by little bitty accounting errors. So y'all watch out there. There's a bunch of thieves in this industry. Just hope you don't get tangled up with one. But that's about all I got. Like I said, percentage pay worked if they would have paid me right, but when they made $250,000 out of the whole thing, and I only cleared after I paid my expenses $120. Nah, that's not gonna. Well, it was $120. I cleared $178. So if I cut that in half for maintenance and or a quarter for maintenance, a quarter for my taxes, so I don't have to do your advertisers thing. The guy that keeps an eye on their IRS, so you can keep an eye on the road.
You're right.
I don't need that guy. So if I do it right, I give 25% to my taxes, 25% of my maintenance, and I get another half, which put me at about $85,000. That's not what I'm going to work for when they're making $245. So that's the problem. So they're out there, guys. Just be careful because it's a scam. If you own and lease a truck, you better turn it back in because they're killing you and they're putting you in debt and they're going to make all the money. So go drive a company truck and be done with it. I mean, it's better than what they've got going on. It used to be okay, but like I said, they got accounting practices that they know how to cheat you, and you got to be smarter than they are, and I figured them out. So when I get done with my court case in February, I'm going to let y'all know. I'm probably going to win about $5 million off the deal for damages because of future earnings, because I knew what the numbers were going in, what I should make. I know what I got in me. I know I can produce $600,000 a year based on their rates that they had and the miles I was going to run. I know what I could have done. And like I said, I ain't going to let you steal from me, buddy. I mean, most people would be happy with $178,000 clear after truck payment, fuel, and everything. Nah, it's not that. You still got your taxes, your Social Security you need to pay in to do the right thing, to live the right American dream, not let them make $250 and you make $85. That's wrong. And I'm at 70%? Come on, people. This ain't the way it's supposed to be in America. But there's scammies out there, and all you guys running for mileage pay, they're making $5 and $6 a mile. Don't let them fool you. I just work for a little small company. I have about 40 trucks. They don't have the bargaining power that Swift and them, where they'll say we can supply you with all the trucks you need, and they can charge what they want to too, but they're not charging $2 because I looked it up. They're averaging $300,000 per truck to the company.
Well, good luck with the $5 million. I'm sure you'll let us know, right, if that all comes to fruition, but we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, trying to keep up. What day are we on? Day 11, day 12, the UAW strike that continues. But they do say some of the GM and Stellantis dealers are struggling to find parts. The sale and installation of components tends to be lucrative for car dealers like AutoNation, Lithia Motors. Let's see. The UAW is hoping that big wage and benefit gains will spur workers at maybe some other non-union plants around the country to organize. You know, they've previously tried and failed to organize Tesla's factory workers. But apparently leadership says they're getting ready for another attempt at that. According to one top union official last Thursday, speaking to the New York Times. Now, as the days continue to pass, economic losses are adding up. Let's see, losses totaling over $1.6 billion in just the first week, according to the Anderson Economic Group. Let's see, company losses of $511 million, direct wages to auto workers of $170 million, also includes consumer and dealer losses of $470 million. The Michigan-based think tank specializes in the financial impact of labor strikes. They've estimated the total economic loss from the strike at more than $5 billion after just 10 full days in. All right, so of course, Biden was in Michigan yesterday. Today, Trump will be in Michigan. Of course, you know, candidates are kind of competing for those votes, you know, the union workers, ahead of the next presidential election. Of course, Biden tried to navigate between his push for electric vehicles and the demands of the striking union workers. Meanwhile, Trump argues that the livelihoods of the auto workers are obviously being threatened by this shift to the electric cars. And I'm sure we'll hear more on that message later today. But again, if you weren't with us earlier, the UAW president says he has no plans to speak directly to Trump. You know, what would it be worth? For what? It's kind of what he said. All right, news break as we close out another hour. Final full hour coming our way. And you can jump in at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. us or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Time is ticking for Congress to dodge a government shutdown this week. The House is set to vote on crucial funding bills today. Still some time left. But Speaker Kevin McCarthy might face a support shortage. A handful of staunch Republicans are holding up legislation, pushing for significant spending cuts first. President Biden stood in solidarity with UAW members on the picket line in Michigan, demonstrating his unwavering support. Holding a bullhorn, he addressed the striking workers, emphasizing their rightful claim to a substantial pay raise.
Now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood shoulder to shoulder with workers on a picket line. President Biden has reportedly increased his use of physical therapy and opted for tennis shoes to prevent any slips or falls on camera. According to Axios, Biden began balance exercises with a physical therapist as early as November 2021. The report highlights concerns with Biden's campaign team about the impact of visible stumbles on his electability, given his age of 80. Polls indicate that a majority of both Republican and Democrat voters believe Biden is too old for the office. 17 states, including New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, have partnered with the FTC in an antitrust case against Amazon. The suit contends that the e-commerce giant acts as a monopolistic force, impeding rivals and sellers from reducing prices, stifling innovation, and overcharging sellers. Essentially, it asserts that Amazon hampers fair competition. 2 tickets to Ford's Theater on the fateful night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination have sold for more than face value. RR Auction managed to sell this pair of front-row balcony tickets for over $250,000. These tickets, dated April 14, 1865, hold significant historical value. They correspond to Section D, seats 41 and 42, which place them directly across from Lincoln's balcony seats. This is USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about MediShare. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about MediShare. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes,
for
it
real,
is.
yes.
And you know what? It's funny, too, because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, MediShare has been doing this for 30 years. I think you can trust that,
You
right?
can. MediShare really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing, too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to MediSherry.
That's
cool.
That's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
A growing number of prominent Democrats are calling for New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez to resign. This is following his federal bribery charges last week. Senator Cory Booker, along with Senators Tammy Baldwin, John Tester, and Bob Casey, have all joined the chorus, emphasizing the higher standard expected of public officials. Attorney General Merrick Garland assured families who've lost loved ones to the fentanyl epidemic that the Justice Department is dedicated to stopping it. Speaking at DEA headquarters, he outlined efforts to target cartels in Mexico and suppliers of precursor chemicals in China. President Joe Biden, not necessarily a hip-hop fan.
President Biden under fire for calling LL Cool J boy during a speech to the Congressional Black Caucus, with everyone from average Americans to a popular radio host scolding the president for the unacceptable comment about a black man.
2 of the great artists of our time representing the groundbreaking legacy of hip-hop in America, LL Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs.
Pollster Lee Hartley Carter believes Biden can hurt his chances of being reelected if he keeps offending black voters. I'm Corey Myers.
The Hollywood writers' strike is nearing its end, and your beloved shows just might return pretty soon. Late-night talk shows could be back on the air either the week of October 2nd or October 9th. Some producers are aiming to resume business as early as this week. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated
investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, and we roll into that final hour on a Wednesday. Go ahead, we call it Hump Day. A quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. And we can help you save on your next Sta-Bil purchase. Simply go to goldeagle.com, place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That's 15% off your entire order. And, of course, as summer winds down, a lot of folks are going to be pulling those boats out of the lake, putting them in dock-in storage, wherever it's going to be, for the upcoming cold months. Now, don't forget the Sta-Bil Marine additive, specifically designed for that purpose. All right, as we get that final hour underway, let's see, I know Kentucky Ken is headed to California, right? And, of course, San Francisco Bay Area. A lot of crime. Be careful out there, Ken. Watch your back. And this kind of goes along with it. Target stores announcing this past day they are going to be closing 9 stores across 4 states due to the off-the-charts theft and crime that's taking place. They announced they're going to be closing locations in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City, Seattle, Portland, and the San Francisco Bay Area. All these stores closing effective October 21st. They say it's due to theft, threats to safety. Now, the latest, loudest example of a retailer exiting urban locations due to the out-of-control crime. The announcement says, we've made the difficult decision to close these stores. The Harlem neighborhood of New York City, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco Bay area, after they've determined the theft prevention measures have proved ineffective. We've tried adding more security, including third-party guards, using deterrents such as locking up merchandise. We cannot continue operating these stores because of theft and organized retail crime threatening the safety of our team and our guests, contributing to unsustainable business performance. We know our stores serve an important role in these communities, but we can only be successful if the working and shopping environment is safe. Now, they said they're going to offer the majority of affected employees, opportunities to work at other locations. They did not give a specific number at how many employees are going to be affected by this, but leaders have continued to publicly decry organized retail crime. We've seen high levels for about a year. And obviously, it hits the bottom line. Back in the spring of this year, executives said they expected inventory shrink is the term, theft. Large of that is theft and organized retail crime to reduce their profitability by more than $500 million this year compared with last year. And last year, it was, I think, all said and done, about $1 billion. So they're talking nearly $1.5 billion, and that's just one retailer. That's Target locations. But all right, Kentucky Ken is on board.
Yes, sir. Running down I-10 West, about 315 miles to go. The beautiful L.A., don't you know?
Right.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, hey, I wanted to mention. The further west I go, the higher the fuel prices. I'm seeing signs for diesel $5.49, regular gas $4.99 is about the norm. The further west I go, I can't wait to see what it is when I get to L.A. But it's not that high back in Cincinnati, is it?
Oh, by no means. No, you're going to probably see some $6.49 numbers in L.A.
That's crazy. Yeah, and talking about the thefts and stuff, it's like even the Walmarts now. My partner took an Uber to get a few things at a Walmart, and I said, well, we could probably stop at one between San Fran and Utah. He said, the problem is, I don't think even the Walmarts stay open. Any of them stay open 24 hours anymore because of theft. You used to be able to get in there in the night hours and shop, but I guess that's all gone too. What a daggone shame.
Yeah.
I think we need canine units sitting at ready to apprehend the thieves and stuff. That would be a deterrent for sure. Now, I don't have too much going on, just running down the road and look at these stupid fuel prices off the chain. So, other than that, life's good. I'm looking forward to getting through these next 2 days. It won't be much different than going to the dentist tomorrow, right?
Yeah, which I'm so not looking forward to.
Yeah, those aren't fun, but you got to be able to chew that good food, brother.
Yep.
All right, my man. Everybody have a safe night and safe travels out there. We'll catch you soon.
All right, safe travels to you. And I guess we'll have to go out for, I don't know, we're going to have to do a steak dinner there Friday night. Will I be able to chew correctly by Friday night? I guess we'll find out in short order, right? It is 844-3388. And Eagle is back on board. Go ahead, Eagle. What you got?
Yeah, I'm back in the deal. Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things, Steve. Man, what the hell is this? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk about one other thing about Joe Biden's situation again, Steve, and the what's going on with the upcoming election. Let's talk about these polls a little bit, these fake polls that people need to keep a real close eye on. I think that not fake right now, but I think they're gonna try to change it. But I wanted to say, you notice the coincidence, Steve? We've been talking about this for months now. You notice after they announced yesterday that Donald Trump was winning that if they had an election right now, Donald Trump will win by 8 to 10 points or something.
Mm-hmm.
You notice the very next day, another case dropped against Donald Trump. Him and his son were found for some kind of bogus racketeering charges in New York State. Some other loser judge is trying to throw some more charges at Donald Trump to try to derail his campaign. Every time something good happens to Donald Trump, Steve, you already know this. All of a sudden, some more bad news comes out about another case against Donald Trump. Did you notice that yesterday they dropped another case on Trump?
Yes, I mean, they said he over-exaggerated the price of his properties. That is fraud, I believe is the word they used, fraud.
Yeah. It seemed like anytime, as soon as they announced that Donald Trump was doing good in the 2020 voting deal, all of a sudden another so-called judge announces more charges against Donald Trump. So, like I say, it's nothing but fake. But like I say, these polls are correct, Steve. Anybody in their right mind, people realize that's why the Democrats are going to just get rid of Joe Biden, because they're starting to see now. They thought that these indictments, we've talked about this, Steve, they thought these indictments was going to work. Like I said, I talked to you about how CNN, Acosta, and Don Lemons and the people like that, and the people on the Morning Joe and MSNBC, they are completely shocked. They thought that Donald Trump, that he would go away after all these indictments that they had dropped. But it's actually made Trump more popular because they realize how the guy's been railroaded. So they eventually, even as stupid as the Democrats are, they're going to realize that all these indictments are not going to work, that the American people are not going to fall for that trick. And now with the border being wide open, people see this video, people see what's going on, and people realize that they want to have a future for their kids and their grandkids, they better get this border closed up. They better get a man in the White House that's going to close it and keep it closed, or we won't have a future in America for you or your kids or your grandkids. So a lot of people are starting to, even the Democrats, as stupid as they are, I've actually talked to some Democrats over the last couple of weeks, Steve, believe it or not, that actually have said, hey, I may have to make a move towards Donald Trump. I don't like what's happening with Joe Biden. I don't like these high gas prices. I don't like these high food prices. I don't like nothing that this guy has done in the last 3 years. It might be time for me to make a change. To as much as they hate to vote for Donald Trump, they realize that Donald Trump might be the better option. So it's looking more and more, if Trump is not in jail, that if these losers don't somehow figure out a way to put him in jail for these fake bogus charges, Donald Trump is definitely there. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or a genius to figure that out, Steve, that Donald Trump will win the election if this is a fair deal and is done on the up and up. Now, let me say one last thing right quick before I hang up with you, Steve, about this other situation that you talked about. A lot of people, Steve, I want to support the American people. I want to support the American worker as much as I can. But American workers, these people that you see on strike right now, they need to turn on their television and see what's going on with the southern border. And the reason why I say that is because Joe Biden and the big dollar people in America, they see those people as cheap labor, Steve. Those people in those factories in Detroit, Michigan, and in Indiana, they have two options that American people don't seem to realize. They can either move to a foreign country, which is Mexico or Canada, and pay a man a whole lot less money than they got to pay that guy in the U.S. Or either they can let those people come to the U.S. and replace you with that man that you see on television illegally crossing into the U.S. Because, see, it's about money in their pockets, Steve. As you've said all night and some of your other calls, these big businesses don't care about those workers. They just see you as a roadblock in the way of them making money. And if they can pay somebody cheaper money, like I'm gonna put it to some people right quick. If they paying you $30 to $40 an hour to build an automobile, why wouldn't they could bring in 3 illegal aliens to do the job that you do and get more production out of the deal? They could pay each one of those individuals $10 or $12 or $15 an hour and get way more production than you ever thought about putting out in one day. So American people better be real careful about all this protesting about money, because, like I said, those big boss men, those big business people, they see those illegal aliens as cheap labor, and you can be replaced. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, and you mentioned that even the Democrats beginning to speak out about Biden. James Carville, the Democrat strategist, been around for how old is this guy getting to be? Nonetheless, he issued a warning to his own party. He's a staunch Democrat. He said sticking with Joe Biden is going to make Donald Trump an even money candidate to win in 24. Now, he went on to say if Democrats had somebody under the age of 60 and ran against Trump, we'd get 55%. Now, this was an interview with Bill Maher on his podcast, apparently here a couple of days ago. He said, let's say the election was November the 3rd of this year. And they said that candidates, Joe Biden, the Democrat, Trump, the Republican, Joe Manchin and Larry Hogan, the No Labels Party, and Cornel West, Trump would be a betting favorite. If I told you I would give you even money, you wouldn't take that bet. So somebody better wake the blank up. Now, in 2020, maybe Biden was the only one who could have beaten Trump. I think now he's the only one who will lose to him. Now, an issue for Carville is the National Democrats pushing Biden for re-election, despite the fact that the voters, Democrats included, are concerned about his age. I mean, he's going to be 81 in November. He'll be 86 were he to last through the end of a second term. You can't look at this and say you're not concerned. Yeah, for me to come on television and say, I don't find this alarming or troubling, that would be stupid. Now, the fact that CNN poll, Carville was asked about 56% of Democrat voters say they were seriously concerned about Biden's age. Yeah, to say the least, the polls were not great, and it tells us voters are expressing apprehension here. It's pretty darn clear. All right. And any 50-ish-year-old, not stupid, woke Democrat with a D by their name. Because, people, for the most part, just vote D and R. That person can win easily, according to Carville.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
think I mentioned last evening that CBS News ran a little expose the other night about truck parking issues all around the country. The National Transportation Safety Board looking into the hidden danger on the highways. A nationwide shortage of parking spaces for big trucks. This shortage resulted in many drivers stopping on the sides of ramps, as we know, sometimes with fatal consequences. They shared the story of Mario Gonzalez, who died in July, on his way home from visiting his family when his pickup slammed into the back of a semi parked on the side of a rest stop service road off Interstate 37 south of San Antonio. Gonzalez was speeding before he hit the brakes seconds before the impact. It was dark, saying the big rig did not have lights on. The family is now suing the trucking company, which denies any wrongdoing. Now, the attorney representing the family said the dangers of an 18-wheeler parked on a roadway at night in the dark. Gonzalez died 2 days after a hauntingly similar crash that occurred in Illinois. That made national. Remember when the Greyhound bus hit several parked rigs along the rest stop access road? The American Trucking Association said drivers are being forced to park in these areas because there is only one rest area parking space for every 11 trucks on the nation's roads. Now, I know I've shared that statistic several times, Evan. I've seen where it says one. I thought it said one parking space for every 11 trucks. This says one rest area parking space for every 11 trucks. I mean, are they including the number of parking spaces available at the likes of the major truck stop chains and all that? I'm thinking I don't know that it's a typo or whether that's the fact that it's rest area. Obviously, there's not enough rest area parking spaces out there by no means. In multiple states, though, CBS News found big rigs parked on the freeway, the rest stop shoulders, crowding the roads leading into the rest stops that were already full of parked trucks. We all know that. Investigators for Gonzalez family shot video of the rest area where he died, showing that it was jammed with trucks on both sides of the road. Now, laws vary state by state, but Texas does not prohibit parking on the shoulder, apparently. I didn't realize that. President of Clark Truck Lines in the Houston area said the lack of parking coupled with the strict drive time rules, a.k.a. the ELD, are forcing truckers into these unsafe situations. We tell drivers to realize that cutting their day short is better than putting someone in an unsafe position, but finding a spot can be impossible a large percentage of the time. There were 4,000 injury accidents involving big rigs near interstate on and off ramps in the year 2020. The last numbers from the FMCSA. 55 fatal accidents of that kind that year. That's just incidents, the off and arm ramps. All right, so we, let's see, hit news break, bottom of the hour. Truck parking, yes, it is an issue out there. And our number is 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you
USA
do.
News Update. The federal probe into President Biden's handling of classified documents before taking office now extends to an examination of Obama-era security measures and White House procedures. Investigators led by Special Counsel Robert Hur have interviewed numerous witnesses, including Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, over the course of 9 months. They've questioned a wide range of former aides, from high-level advisors to executive assistants, and even one White House attorney. Sources present during interviews suggest instances of carelessness during Biden's vice presidency have been uncovered. And if you're looking for a job for the holidays, UPS is set to bring on board over 100,000 seasonal workers for the approaching holiday season. The company's job portal advertises full and part-time roles, now offering a higher pay rate of $23 per hour. These positions are open nationwide, as stated by UPS in an official announcement. Visit jobs-ups.com for more information. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life.
We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We live in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station, garage, and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overhauls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels, and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, "Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone, and he hollered in it, and he said, "Come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here."
All right, all-time
classic Charlie Douglas, Me and Damn It Ray. All right, is Truckin' Phil still rolling today? It looks like he must be. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Cooling off a bit, 71 in Fort Wayne today, only 65 in Sterling Heights, and a good chance of rain. But we're ready to roll, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. Truckin' Phil. All right. Another day, another payday, as he just kind of takes it one day at a time, waiting to see if the impacts continue to roll downhill and impact other GM facilities, or technically the big three, right? And there's Steve in Columbus, right on cue. We're about that midway point in another week. So we start looking forward to the weekend. We're all prepped for our trip to Indianapolis today. Yesterday, I found an item of value in the trash and sold it to my dispatcher at the end of the day. The trash is actually fruitful at times. You never know, right? One man's junk is another man's treasure. Of course, he didn't specify what it was he found in the trash. You never know. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. We all had discussed, it kind of dropped under the radar here, the crash of the F-35 here a week or so ago, where the pilot ejected, and they had lost their F-35 for a period of time and asked for the public's help in finding it, which ultimately they did. It had successfully made it about 80 miles away from where the pilot had actually initially ejected, supposedly due to weather issues, right? Since which they had a 2-day stand down, looking into and trying to get caught up on safety measures for the pilots around the country. It's the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. It is very expensive. It is hard to repair without intervention from the original manufacturer. Now we get a new report from the Government Accountability Office, the bipartisan watchdog group in D.C., that says the F-35s are only available for missions about half the time. A whole lot of these expensive jets are sitting in storage because they're waiting for repair parts. The F-35 is a troubled aircraft. It's been on the Government Accountability Office's radar for several years now. But the new report on the jet, the DOD and the military services need to reassess the future sustainment strategy. Drilled down into why this aircraft spent so much time on the tarmac rather than in the skies. The F-35 fleet mission capable rate, the percentage of time the aircraft can perform one of its tasked missions, is only about 55% of the time as of March of this year, way below the goals. The program is behind schedule in establishing maintenance activities to conduct repairs. As a result, component repair times are slow, with over 10,000 waiting to be repaired. Right now, the care and the upkeep of our F-35 fleet has been contracted out to third parties. If something breaks on an F-35, it's usually fixed by a defense contractor and not military engineers. This is part of why the jet is so expensive. Now, they've estimated the overall cost of this program at more than $1.7 trillion over its life cycle. And the majority of that, about $1.3 trillion, is associated with sustaining the aircraft. When something breaks on the F-35, it takes the Pentagon, on average, 141 days to repair it. That's a lot of time for a jet to be grounded, but it's actually an improvement from the last time they conducted a survey back in 2017. At that point in time, it was taking the Department of Defense 172 days to fix a piece on that jet. F-35. How reliable is the F-35? This was supposed to be the latest and greatest in technology, the future of our air combat forces. I begin to wonder, how reliable will they be in the event that they're truly needed and called into service for something big? In the event of, say, China moving on Taiwan sort of thing. All right, we'll get to a couple of our industry headlines coming up here this past day from CDL Life after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we were literally talking just last hour, wasn't it, that the number of Target stores around the country shuttering due to the widespread theft and crime that's become rampant in some of the cities, threatening their employees and customers. Hello to Blade Runner. He sends me a story that kind of updated here less than 2 hours ago out of Philadelphia. I guess pandemonium set in last night. About 20 people arrested after widespread looting broke out in Philadelphia last night. One woman was actually live streaming the chaos. Police in the city said a large group, about 100 juveniles, kept moving from store to store, looting the stores. Social media show officers attempting to grab thieves, some of whom are wearing Halloween masks, as they run riot through a Lululemon store. One officer manages to hit one of the looters with a punch after managing to tackle them to the ground. This all unfolded on Walnut Street, right in the heart of the city center, also involved the nearby Foot Locker, as well as the Apple store there. Police said they had made so far 15 to 20 arrests. They've recovered 2 firearms from the scenes. But footage showing bikes, piles of merchandise piled up on the sidewalk outside the Lululemon branch. As officers arrived on the scene, started making arrests. One woman who'd been live streaming the chaos on her Instagram page, sharing clips of the looting, seeming to encourage it. Much to her dismay, social media users posted videos of what they described as Dejaya Blackwell later being apprehended by police while she was still live streaming. Now, police yet to confirm whether she was arrested or charged after the widespread crime spree. Let's see. Footage shows bikes and, again, piles of merchandise. Earlier footage from the Apple store showed the aftermath of the looting. iPhones and other electronic goods seemingly ripped from their display stands. What appears to be staff members can be seen standing around looking just confused. Fox News also reported footage showing the fallout from the looting. Officers placing handcuffs on individuals. Numerous people heard shouting in the background as they're being led to a van. All right. They do say a large number of those thieves made their escape prior to officers or as officers were actually arriving on the scene. What is it with society today? And this wasn't, like the 2020 Summer of Love. Of course, when we had protests, George Floyd, all that going on, many of those peaceful protests that would devolve into chaos and anarchy once the sun went down. I guess this is just is it spontaneous? Or was this some sort of a social media post where someone said, hey, let's all go down to blah, 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 and get some free stuff? And you got to wonder, for those people that rely on these stores, the Apple store, the Foot Locker. I mean, many times those facilities end up shuttering their doors to never return. As Target just announced yesterday that they're going to be doing it 9 locations around the country. The handful of bad that ruin it for everyone else in the community. So I guess that's going to be kind of a developing story. Thanks, Blade Runner, for sharing that. Chaos in Philly. Philly Dan, I hope you're all right. Hope you weren't involved in that mess this past evening. I know Dan says from time to time he does actually have to go down into the streets of Kensington during the nighttime hours, which has to be scary as hell, right? All right, so we're going to close it out here. It's a Wednesday morning. Again, if you joined us late, it'll be a replay. We'll have a best-of program tonight for our Wednesday night into Thursday morning. I'll be back with you live Thursday night into Friday morning as we'll be kind of headed into the weekend. Hope you'll join us right here.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream